Hello everybody, welcome into our latest live video. There I am. My name is Kerry Holzman and today we're picking up where we left off yesterday on this epic mega build from Lian Li that has been brought to you by you. Yes, this video is made possible through the sponsorships of our viewers with regular memberships to our channel, as well as contributions through PayPal, Amazon gift cards, and Super Chat contributions. We're able to fund the entire build. And of course, we got a little help from our friends at SSD Keys that sell the Windows and Office license keys that I use in my business. And because of their support of this project, we've listed them and their links first in the video description below. We can't thank them enough. Of course, a very generous contribution from our good friend Rob Foster, who has been a very generous contributor here, who, along with Buster, Peter Laycock, joining us in the chat room, and Oystein. There's also Frankie B. and Paul Gray and Phil Stodd, and these gentlemen are such an incredibly generous part of our community, along with all of our members and all of our regular Super Chat participants that are far too long to name. And again, I feel terrible when I forget to name somebody, but everything is unscripted and off the top of my head, so whatever happened most recently is what comes out of my mouth. But speaking of Buster, there he is in the chat room. He says, good evening, Carrie and Marlena in chat. Hope everyone is all the best. He says, from Bonnie, Scotland, where the temperature in Edinburgh is 30 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 0 degrees Celsius. Whew, that's a little bit chilly. Of course, I see our good friend Mark Gaines, another very generous a member and supporter here. I would be mad at myself for failing to mention his name as well. And then when I realize everybody else's name I haven't mentioned, I'll be mad at myself later. So don't take it personally, but we couldn't do these videos without your support. And of course, with the help of SSD Keys, our good friends over there, if you're ever, once again, looking for a Windows or Office license key, you probably won't find them cheaper anywhere else. They guarantee what they sell, and there's a 30% off coupon for you guys. It's not I'm not being paid a commission on this. So if you guys want to go out there and save your money, go for it. If you don't, well, you know, I offer it. But those are legal and legitimate license keys. All right, with that being said, I've got a lot of work to do today because I really want to get this done today. I have our friends at Acronis joining us on Friday. I have personal errands to run tomorrow, and we have all new projects to start next week. This time of year it gets super busy for me, and it's just boots on the ground, hit the ground running kind of thing. And we may run long today if I don't really focus down on getting the rest of the work done. The good news is a lot of what was the slow part of this, which was figuring out how the case comes apart, that's behind us now. Might be a little slow figuring out how to put it back together, but we'll see. We've got the liquid cooler to put on, the 2 fans in the rear, the power supply. I thought, you know what, we have one of these sitting around inventory, the Lian Li Strimer. Just because everything's coming up Lian Li on this build, why not? We've already had it in inventory. What is that? It's just adding more RGB. This is a monster build. It never was intended or set out to be a monster build. It's just what it became. And the Strimer, if I show you the Amazon link, which of course we have in the video description below the video, this is the version 2 of the original Strimer cable that we had placed in the original streaming. It's not really the original, but the original streamer at Studio B, which was the Fantex N-Through. And the original one required a PCI slot for buttons that control the lights. The new version doesn't do that anymore, and this is all old news, by the way. This has been out for some time. But I was running out of slots. That's why the buttons, I had to hang the buttons off the back of the computer where the viewers couldn't see it because I ran out of space in that case. And now the new version is much lighter weight as far as the amount of space it takes up. And that's a welcome change, and also the lighting is a bit fancier. You can do some sequencing of the lights here that the first version couldn't do. And the first version really shouldn't even be available for sale anymore, and if it is, if I were you, I wouldn't buy it. You definitely want version 2, V2, right up there. Now this is just the main power connector to the motherboard. It's basically nothing more than an extension cable that lights up, and then you can install some software and control the RGB lights, or go through the ARGB header on the motherboard and let your motherboard RGB software synchronize all the lights with everything. It's pricey at $50 for an extension cable, but if you want that RGB, you're going to pay for it. And I thought, you know what, this case is coming along so good, we've come this far, why not just put the cherry on top? So I've got that here much later. That's not really important, and we'll make sure we get everything up and running and hooked up, I hope, by the end of today's video. Let me jump in real quick into the chat room one more time and say again, welcome to everybody. Andy, Kane, Frank, Jimmy. Let's see. Mark Gaines saying hello, of course. And Bajan Guy joins us. Zach Bischoff says hello. Parker Morris and David Herzog say hello. There's Doman 2000, Woods, Patrick Manny and Paul Connolly, Paul Howe and Marsman 50. Kurt Schlegel and Jonathan all say hello. And there's Scott, as well as David Chandler and Brian Madonna joining us. Michael Sayers also says hello. Look, we love seeing your friendly faces and your kindness in the chat room. If people are going to not be respectful or exercise common decorum, you will be removed from the chat room, just so you know. There is often accusations and misunderstanding from viewers. I'm noticing a comment in the chat room, which I'm not going to acknowledge, who don't listen to me, right? They hear what they want to hear. And then because they don't listen, they come up with false accusations. And then I spend 20 minutes explaining to one person, well, the rest of you are like, we already knew this. So I'm not going to acknowledge that ignorance. But in the meantime, I do want you to know that my goal today is really not so much to focus on the chat room, but to focus on this build so I can get it done. Now, where we left off, as I mentioned, I still have everything in the same place with the screws, and I've got the 3 fans installed here, which we still might end up moving left or right. Well, what I like about this Lian Li case, one of the things I like is that I can continue to make manipulation changes to it without having to dismantle the whole thing. And there's a few things that I can do quickly. I should be able to add these rear fans quickly, and I know I can add the power supply quickly. So just to feel like I'm getting closer to the end, I think I want to do the quicker stuff first. So I'm going to start with this power supply. Now this is the Thermaltake power supply. That's fully modular, 850 watts, and it's white, so it'll match the case. But I really like how this case design has enclosed this removable power supply frame, so we can get this out of here and secure it back in without struggling with the power supply shroud being in the way for us to hold it, or having to reach inside to hook up the cables between the hard drive cages and the end of the power supply, depending on how big the case is, where the hard drive cage is located, and also how much space is between the hard drive cage and the end of the power supply. These are all regular PC building struggles that occur on most cases. You're not going to have this problem on this case. And no, Lian Li is not sponsoring this video. I truly, this is a real world reaction to my first impression of this case. And while there are a couple of little things I think that could be improved, overall, for $120, I don't know that you can buy a better case than this. That's the aquarium style case. That's as well thought out for a builder. Sometimes it seems the case manufacturers don't really care about anything other than their aesthetic. They don't care about how difficult it is to build a PC in it, or cable manage it, or how difficult it is to even, or how heavy it might be to pick it up and move it. It's all about, well, there was a saying back when they had the concept Camaro, General Motors, Chevrolet had the concept Camaro. People loved the design. And this is, again, this is rumor. I don't know if this is true, but I believe it to be true. And the problem with this design is you can't see out of the car. You're basically in a bunker looking at a very thin piece of glass out the front, out the sides, and the back is almost useless. And people loved it. It did really, really well at the car shows, showing off this concept Camaro. And the CEO at GM said, make it. You know, people want it, let's make it. And the engineer said, you can't see out of it. And supposedly the CEO said, who cares? Who cares? That's not important. People want the car, make it. And so they made it. And if you've ever driven one, they're very, very difficult to see out of. They look fantastic though. I don't know how well they're reliable, and they don't make them anymore, but that's not the point. Sometimes manufacturers put aesthetics over practicality. And I really feel like Lian Li has done a great job with this design. Even though I'm not an overall fan of the aquarium cases, if you're going to do it right. And don't charge an arm and a leg for it. Take advantage of people. I see cases out there on Amazon that are $600 that can't cost more than $30 or $40 to manufacture. They're gouging. Why? Because that's in their personality to take advantage of other people. I've seen the attitude from these people, and what's often heard time and time again is, I'm not holding a gun to anybody's head and making them buy it. I'm not making you pay $600 for this. If you look on Facebook Marketplace and you look on eBay for gaming PCs, you'll see gaming PCs from 2008, and they'll say it's a gaming PC. They don't say it was a gaming PC. It is a gaming PC. It was sold as a gaming PC in 2008, and despite not being Windows 11 compatible and having a 16 or 17-year-old video card in it, they still say it's a gaming PC, and they want $600 or $700 for something that likely should just go in a recycle bin. Are they lying when they say it's a gaming PC? Because it really was when it was made. It's still the same thing today, so how come it's not a gaming PC anymore? That's the argument they'll use, right? I didn't make it up. And as far as the value goes, if somebody's willing to pay it, why shouldn't I take their money? They don't care about you. They're not trying to help you out. They're trying to get up in the world by stepping on you. And if you're volunteering to lay on the floor so it's easier for them to take that step, their attitude is, what am I doing wrong? You're the one who laid down. Why would it be wrong for me to step on you? It is a bizarre but very common attitude I see in North America. I've seen it with several Canadian businesses I've dealt with the same attitude. It's not strictly an American thing, but not all people think this way. But what I found is it's like they know what they're doing is wrong, and they're convincing themselves it's okay. So it's like the greed overrides the morality. I don't play that. I think Lian Li at $120 on this case, it's a really good deal. And all you need to do is look around Facebook Marketplace and offer up. All you need to do is look at Amazon at some of these case manufacturers you've never heard of, and look at the prices they want for some of these cases that are nowhere near as well thought out, or even, in my opinion, as attractive as this case is, given this type of dual chamber design. Those are my thoughts. Just wanted to share them with you. Now let me see if I can get some work done. Shamim Keshviras joins us. Welcome in, Shamim. Luke Greenia says hello, another great friend of the channel here. Chris wants to know if I've seen the Haven case. It's awfully big. It looks really, really big. I'm kind of curious about it, but I've not seen one in person, so I don't really know just how large it is, but I really don't like these bigger cases. Not a fan. In fact, Lian Li has two versions of this. This is the compact version. As big as this is, this is the compact Vision 011. All right, with our Thermaltake power supply, we've got our instructions, we've got our power cables. I'm trying to be mindful of not knocking my screws off onto the floor. And then inside the box, the rest of what we have here is some foam packing. I'm wondering why I can't see myself. I don't have the right screen up. Planet Cryos with a $2 super chat says, get to work. Just joking. I'm trying. All right, here we go. This right here. And then for some reason, they only protect 5 sides of the 6-sided power supply, the back of it. You could be bare. I don't know what you're supposed to do with this. Wear it as a hat? I'm not sure. But what I will do is get this box out of my way here. And there's our power supply. I've had very, very good luck with Thermaltake power supplies. They tend to not be the fanciest, but they also tend to last forever. I don't know what components Thermaltake's making their power supply out of, but they are built like tanks as far as seeing a bad one dealing with any issues. They are pretty much, it's pretty rare to see one go bad. Even 10, 12, 14-year-old Thermaltake power supplies, well, they may not be power efficient, they still running great today. They also, when Thermaltake made power supplies back in the day, they made them for big tower cases. So if you had a really tall, skinny case and you needed to run from the bottom all the way up to the top with a power cable, Thermaltake power supplies had power cables that were like 6 feet long, which sucked to cable manage them, by the way. But they gave you never needed an extension cable on an old school Thermaltake power supply. And again, many of those still run today if you wanted to use it. But that's when I say, you know, when Thermaltake builds a power supply, they're not building it, well, I can't say that for today, but back in the day when they made them, they built them to be long lasting, to be a one solution, you know, just doesn't matter what size case, you don't have to buy anything extra. And well, they didn't have 80+ ratings back then, and power efficiency stuff wasn't important to us back then. I'm just surprised at the number of older, you know, 10+-year-old Thermaltake power supplies I still see in use in computers today. So I have no hesitation when it comes to picking a Thermaltake power supply today. They still, from what little experience I have with the newer versions like these that are 80+, they've been just as rock solid as their ancestors. So I have no problem recommending them and using them in my customer builds. David Graham contributes $2. He says, Merry Christmas. Oops, too soon. Yeah, it's a little early for that. We can wait till Thanksgiving, I think, can't we? But thank you. And Planet Cryos with a $5 super chat says he just got his fiancée the NZXT H9 flow. She wanted more RGB. I got my work cut out for me. Feel your pain, brother. The H6 flow is the one I'm most interested in. Yeah, that H6, that may be coming up here in a build, maybe, I don't know. But if I wanted to choose a case second to this to build in, it would be the H6 flow. The problem is they kind of look alike. The Lian Li here and the H6 Pro. To somebody who's not in the business, just to the naked eye, and apart from case color, white or black, they kind of look the same. And that's why I'm just kind of waiting for this whole trend of aquarium cases to be done with. I'd like some more variety. But in the meantime, let me get back to doing this. So we have to get this little cage out. And the cage looks like we've got 2 screws, one here, and then 2 screws, one here and one there. Then I call it a cage. It's really just a frame. Then that frame can go on the back, it's going to go on the front of the power supply. And then once that's attached with screws, just like you would attach it to the back of the case, but instead we're attaching it to the frame, and it's the frame that then attaches to the back of the case. It's a great design. I always enjoy seeing this on any computer, especially when you can't reach forward from the other side to straighten the power supply out, like you see me struggle with on some builds where the power supply sits at the bottom. By having it sit here, you know, the back of the motherboard tray is right there. So if we change the order of events, where we didn't put the motherboard in yet, we could reach, you know, this way to put the power supply in. But by having the frame, that makes the whole exercise irrelevant. Well, it would be possible for me to leave the frame in place. You could, for example, just go ahead and set the power supply in. We can just open this door, and we don't even have to take the frame off if we don't want to. We can slide that in, just like that. And you don't have to remove the frame. It's just, it makes it a lot easier. And then the other thing to consider is which way your fan is going to face. Because if we place this power supply in this direction, where's our fan? It's pointing towards the motherboard. We probably, I don't know, I'd have to look at the back of the case, but I bet you we have some vent holes right around here in this part of the back panel. Oh, yeah, the whole back panel is mesh. And the reason for that, or part of the reason anyway, is so your power supply can pull fresh air in from outside the case. And the power supply doesn't share any air with your computer. With all these people fixated on temperatures, nobody is very rarely do you ever see anybody monitor the temperature of their power supply, where it could be suffocated from filters that haven't been cleaned, or numerous other reasons where it may be running hot. Maybe they've got a 600 watt power supply and they're drawing 600 watts from it 100% of the time, you're going to kill that power supply and generate a lot of heat. It's also not power efficient, and it's really important that it has good airflow. That's critical. So whether or not we choose to take the frame out, it does tend to make things a little easier, but do pay attention to where your fan is. We want the fan facing the panel so it can breathe. This fan draws air in, it doesn't blow air out. It's going to draw air in this side and blow it out the back. That's how every power supply works. And ideally, you don't have to place it with that orientation. It'll still work if we turn it the other way, but it will run cooler and breathe easier. If we have to turn it the other way, we will. But when given a choice, this would be the optimal position. And again, whether or not I choose to set that power supply in like that, or take the frame out, attach the frame, and slide the whole unit in from the rear, either one of those is perfectly acceptable. And then you've got this magnetic door you can see is going to hide our cable management really nice. And even though the manufacturers of these devices are separate, Lian and Thermaltake have nothing to do with each other, their colors match pretty good. Everybody's got their own definition of white, and sometimes it can be pretty drastic, what one manufacturer calls white and another one. But that one's pretty darn close, if you ask me. Okay, what I'm going to do is, in the package with this power supply was likely some screws. Let me just see, because we did get screws with the case as well. Typically, I prefer the screws that come with the power supply unless they're the wrong color. And most people will tell you they're exactly the same screw regardless. And they wouldn't be wrong. Okay, so the power supply screws are black. If we use black screws back here, it will match the black, nope, got a little warning sticker there, of the buttons, so it wouldn't be too out of place. Or we can use silver because all the other rivets in the case and all the other screws are silver. I think I want to go with silver. Now, most normal people would say, who the hell pays attention to what color the screws are? I do. I also pay attention when I'm at somebody's house and I'm looking at the wall plates over their outlets and switches, that if the screws that hold those wall plates and outlet switches aren't directly up and down, I know a professional didn't do the work. When you belong to a plumber's union, you were taught to do it that way, and if you don't do it that way, you won't pass. So they are, it's an easy way to tell if someone did their own work and whether or not they did it right. Is it an important factor? It is if you want consistency and professionalism throughout your building. If everything is willy-nilly, one person did it one way, another person did it another way, it tends to have a feeling of amateurishness. And that's why this is an important part of the electricians union, is to always do everything the same. So you can't tell that, Joe did this or Carrie did this. It's all done consistently, right to the point of even where those screws will be lined up north and south across the visible screws on the outer plates. A lot of people don't know that, nor do a lot of people care. But if you know, you'll recognize it now that I've told you. You'll notice when you go somewhere, like, I don't know, you go to a doctor's office and you see that the electrical, those should all be to the union standard, okay? It's a medical facility. It should be to the union standard. That would make me nervous if I was in a doctor's office or a hospital and I looked over at the wall and noticed some of the screws were sideways. I wonder who did the work here, because you'd think of all places for professionalism and safety, they would have had a union worker do that, and that's not to the standard. Anyway, sometimes ignorance is bliss, and it's better not knowing. But the doctor's got you sitting in that room waiting. What am I going to do? I'm looking around the room. That's what I do. I pay attention. Oh, look at that outlet. They better be up or down. Or you better believe me, I'm going to ask the doctor, hey, did you know those aren't right? Just making friends everywhere I go. I'm going to go ahead and use the screws that came with the case. I want to go with the silver screws. I just love how Lian also gives us this nice little container for screws. I wish they would have separated the screws for us, but that's okay. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So again, this doesn't mount any differently to a frame. It still mounts exactly the same way as though you were mounting directly to the case. It's just that this part of the case comes off. We don't have to take it off, so why should we? Once we have the system built and we've got all our cabling done, let's say something happens where we need to replace the power supply. The beauty of a modular power supply is that whether we're replacing it because of a failure or we're replacing it because of an upgrade, if we get another compatible Thermaltake power supply, we simply unplug whatever cables we've plugged in here, and we don't have to reroute the cables that pre-exist. We can simply slide the power supply out away from the case, so we're not working in this confined area. Once it's all populated and cable managed, it's going to get kind of crowded in there. We slide that out, disconnect it from the frame, put the new replacement power supply back in the frame, slide it back in, plug the cables back in. They must be compatible cables. Just because they fit doesn't mean they're right, so do your research or you're going to blow your stuff up. Anyway, we place it. It takes all of about 6 minutes to do the whole job. And that's incredible, especially when you consider if we leave enough slack in here, we wouldn't even necessarily need to take the rear panel off. You could just extract it, pull it, use the cables as umbilicals, unplug them, plug the new ones back in, slide back in, 4 screws, you're done. I guess it's a total of 8 screws, right? 4 for the power supply, 4 for the frame. And now that I've noticed there are screws on this side, the back panel does in fact have to come off. Never mind that earlier statement. I just realized you will have to remove the back panel, but that's okay. That's super easy to do on this now that I've taken it apart essentially backwards. I started at the front and took it apart towards the back. But when you work on a computer after it's been built, a lot of times where you need to go is to the back, especially if you're dealing with what we call a dual chamber case, which is what this is, where you're going to have a lot of your drives, all your cabling, all the heart of everything's going to be back here. This is often the area you need to get to unless you're doing some kind of fan or SSD NVMe replacement on the motherboard. Because pretty much once we seal up this front, we shouldn't have to get back in there. Maybe if we're putting a GPU in or something like that. Mostly you're going to be getting into the back. All right, let me just tighten this down a little bit. Just make sure that's in there a little bit tighter than my screwdriver tightens, because I've got my torque setting set pretty low for everything else. I don't want to over tighten the things that I use the screwdriver for. So this is the one exception where I will, or one of the few exceptions where I will tighten it down a little further than that standard torque setting, just because a power supply is so heavy and the screws are so shallow. It's an awful lot of weight to put on those screws. And believe it or not, these power supplies are way smaller than what we used to use in the early 90s. Full-size AT power supplies were about this big and used the exact same 4 screws to hold those monsters in. And how those just constantly didn't shear off in shipping is still a mystery to me. Anyway, power supply is installed. I'm going to get our modular cables out of the way. We're not going to hook those up just yet. We have the box of additional fans. These are the fans we're going to use back here. I think these fans came with a controller, which I don't think we need because we have the controller from the other kit of fans. And we have an extra fan. It probably would have been cheaper for me to just buy 2 matching fans. But I just went ahead and bought the whole kit because this was something somebody returned at Amazon and it was discounted. So it was about the same price, assuming this is okay. If there's any problem with it, I made sure when I buy used product that it's coming from Amazon warehouse. And I also know that sometimes the shipping on Amazon warehouse is a bit slower than regular Amazon Prime. So as long as I have the time and I'm patient and I wait for it, not always, but if there's going to be a slowness in shipping, it'll be a return product. And by buying it from Amazon warehouse, I have free returns just the same as I would if I bought brand new. So to save the money, and because we're not under a time crunch, yeah, I took advantage of it. Under a different scenario, if customer was waiting, we obviously would just be buying it new, and we'd have it faster, likely. Same warranty, everything else is the same. We're just paying more and getting it, maybe getting it faster. Now the other box we opened yesterday was clearly used. This one, the cables are still wrapped on it. Doesn't look like anybody's taken these out. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. There's our cables. We have 3 sets of screws. I don't know why we had 4 sets of screws unless either the person who sent it back messed up, somehow they had an extra bag, or the person at Amazon that like verifies the inventory of the box miscounted and threw an extra one in. If they even do that, I don't know, but how else does an extra bag of screws get in there? In the rest of the box, you'll see all the fans are still wrapped. This doesn't look like it's ever been taken out of the bag. Sometimes people return things and they've never removed it from the box, and Amazon won't necessarily specify if it's been taken out of the box or not. Like even the tape on this is still there, whereas on yesterday's used fans we opened up, these had already been removed, which was fine with me, by the way. That's less work for me. But you'll notice there is a cap on this side, but no cap on that side. And I was curious on if they were new, but they come with 2 caps. I mean, you have to take at least 1 cap off of each fan anyway. This makes sense. That I was confused because some of the fans had 2 caps and some had 1, or one had no caps on it. And I'm like, well, how did these come new? Because I've never seen these before. Now that I see it, that makes perfect sense. One way or another, whether this fan is at one end or the other, you're going to have 1 cap on it unless it's the middle fan. Obviously, somebody had put yesterday's fan kit together, and the middle fan, they left the caps off of it. These are the little details I pay attention to. Like, I'm really curious how all that goes together. This one also looks completely unopened. And yes, the tape is still on it. So this looks like we might have gotten lucky with a brand new kit that was never used. So essentially the same as buying new for a discounted price. And I don't think the shipping on this was slower, but sometimes with Amazon warehouse deals, it's possible shipping can be, up to 10 days. The third fan also looks brand new, as though it's never been opened. Now this box is bulged. Somebody's been in here, or it's had shipping damage. The tape has been lifted up. It's quite possible, once again, somebody bought this and immediately returned it, and the Amazon workers who inspected it had to open it and make sure everything was supposed to be in here, is in there. So it may not be that anybody ever opened this other than an Amazon employee to verify its what's in the box. There's a word for that. I just lost my words. Okay, so that's the rest of the box. And so here we've got our SATA to power adapter, and we have the other fan controller, which should be the same as the fan controller on the previous set of fans. We should only need 1 of these. So buying these fan controllers aren't cheap, and that's partially why these fans cost so much money. Right? If I didn't need to buy the fan controller, I could have saved a little bit. But what do we have down at the bottom of the box? We've got some plastic. Oh, that's interesting. This was in the previous box, which I thought was somebody had peeled the plastic off and stuck it on these. I don't know what these are for. Why would you use these? I don't know what these are for. But these were in the other box. I thought they were just somebody stuck them in here, but they're clearly, well, I'm sure the directions will probably tell us, but I feel like that's putting plastic over furniture. I'm not my grandparents. We get a nice little thank you card, which is the same thank you card we got with the case. Look, a lot of manufacturers don't say thank you. I think it's a good old-fashioned touch. That's old school. People used to say thank you for your business, and we appreciate your business, and everything in the world today is so fast, and everybody's a number, and everybody wants to be helped now. There's no time for the niceties. Here's your thing. Give us our money. Have a nice day. Next. Thank you. Come again. I'm going to put the spare fan and the controller. Oh, and I'll throw all this. We shouldn't need any of this. Back in the box. And then I'll keep the cables in the box too, because, well, no, you know what? This cable can go back in the box. We won't use that one. And we'll need 2 sets of fan screws. The fan screws are black, so I don't want to use these because they're going to be exposed on the back of this case. Just to keep in mind how I'm making my decisions on things is minor as fan screw color. The case in this box came with silver fan screws, and we're going to use the silver ones so they match all the other silver rivets and screws back here. I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's the same screw. All we're dealing with is color. However, as a professional system builder, I think the devil is in the details, and that's what separates, in many cases, a professional from an amateur, no differently than the screws on an outlet from a unionized, properly trained electrician to a person doing it themselves at home. The problem is a level of priority. When it's your job that's relying on it, when it's your job that you have to go and fix somebody else's work, you want to make sure, you want to hope, if you're the next person that has to work on it, that whoever did it right, so it's easier to work on. You can get in and out quicker when things are as expected. But when you're a home user and you're making stuff up as you go and you go, well, that's close enough, you're the next person that's going to work on it. You know what I mean? You're just doing it to yourself. If you don't think those standards apply to you, well, that's for you to make. But the minute you're held accountable to somebody else, so if this were going to a customer, I would have to be responsible for all warranty and out of warranty work. I hope they'd call me. And I would want them to be impressed with what they see, even if they can't process what it is specifically that sets my builds apart. Subconsciously, they're just going to see it. They're going to go, this just looks uniform and neat. I can't necessarily put my finger on why. And if you sit down with the customer and point it all out to them, like Anthony Remus at Remus Computer Solutions, when he puts his nylon cable ties on, they all face exactly the same direction. Even I don't do that. And I didn't even notice it until Anthony pointed it out. And once he pointed it out, I was like, oh, good for you. Once again, if you're the one who's got to work on it next, and you've got to very carefully cut those cable ties off to change something or fix something, when you're working on one of my builds, you have to, see which way it's oriented and carefully adjust your cutters so you don't accidentally cut through the wire. Because all his face the same direction, you could theoretically cut through his a lot faster than mine because they're all the same. But again, there is a limit for me where I consider overboard. And for me, that's overboard what Anthony does. For you, just turning the screws or keeping them the same color may be overboard for you. Whether or not you're an amateur or you're a professional, I always feel like you should always do things once you're given the knowledge. Like, it's one thing if you didn't know, but once you're given the knowledge and you know better and you decide to do the lazy way that doesn't matter, that tells me all I need to know about the quality of your work with regards to the kind of personality you have. It's very judgy, right? Even if I was just building for fun, I'd still want to do it as good as or better than a professional would, not close enough. If close enough is good enough, maybe I shouldn't be doing it, or I just don't have the same values as a professional does. And, there's no crime against it. It's just something I kind of ascertain by looking at somebody's work to understand what somebody's expecting. So when I see a customer come in with something that's haphazardly thrown together, I know they're going to be pretty easy to impress. I'll tell you that. And the opposite is true. If somebody comes in and every little detail's covered, I'm like, oh, this customer's going to notice everything. I better be real careful. Now, we did show how these fans connected together yesterday. The difference between them, just as a reminder, is that these are regular fans. They're going to blow air out this side of the fan with the supports. The fans we installed down here at the bottom, these are reverse spinning fans, so we can orient them in the same way so we can see the RGB on this side. But we want the air to be drawn up from the floor into the case without having to turn the fan around. So those are reverse blade fans. And you'd have to look at them pretty close to notice the direction of the fans is opposite. But the rotation of the fans is the same. They're just the blades themselves are flipped over. And if you're working on replacing a fan for a customer or for yourself, and if you have any fans at the bottom, sometimes at the back, it depends on the case you bought, you should pay attention to whether or not those are reverse blade fans, because what's going to happen is, let's say you've got these 3 fans and one of these fans dies, and you go buy a regular Lian Li fan and pop it in there. It'll work, but you're going to have airflow coming up on these 2 and airflow going down on the last one. And something about it ain't going to look right, because noticing the direction of the blades isn't something a lot of people really notice unless they look for it. They just know something doesn't look right. They can't quite put their finger on it. So anyway, just be aware of that. And yeah, we're going to attach these 2 together because they need to go back here. How am I 45 minutes into this and all I've done is put a power supply in when I am really not focused on the chat room and just trying to get the work done and explain the reasoning and the logic behind why certain things go in the way they do? That's how much this slows me down. But that's okay. Once again, we have these little plastic covers that have to come out. And these are there because if we were to mount the fans from the screws on the inside, then we could cover the screws up so no one had to see them and it wouldn't matter what color the screws are. But these are going to go right up against the back of the case. And to do that, these little plastic covers have to come off and they will not go back on. I suggest keeping them in case you decide to change cases or change fans. And that way, as long as you have all of the optional equipment, you can endlessly use them in the future. If you plan on keeping this case forever, and you're never going to change anything or reuse these parts, then you can safely toss them in your recycle bin. We want the supports, this side here, to be this side with the support. See how this side spins? This side, this middle doesn't spin. That's going to face the back of the case. That's our direction of airflow on a regular non-reverse blade fan. I don't know when reverse blade fans first came out, but I clearly didn't notice it at first. I think one of the first ones I saw was a dual fan CPU cooler where the fans were oriented the same way, and my conclusion was they got this other fan on backwards. We got air pushing out this way and air pushing out this way, or pushing in, and it turned out one of the other fans was reverse blade. And then my second thought was, how am I going to ever replace this if it ever goes out? And it will go out. It wasn't a standard fan. So that was my learning curve, and I just want to share that with you so you don't have to go through that either. That's a thing now. And now if we place these fans here, uh-oh. Are these fans too big? Oh no, they're okay. Where's our connector going to go? Right at the end? Or do we want the connector up top? If I leave the power connector down at the bottom, see, we can power this from either side. One cable will power and do RGB for all these fans, provide RGB. So if I run the connector here, I've got to figure out how to run this cable. Remember, this is all glass. How am I going to run this cable behind the board? So I think I need to connect it up top rather than on the bottom, which means I could just turn this around this way, right? Now we've got our connector. I mean, I could remove the cap from the bottom, but I'm just saying this is another option. And then, because our connector is close to the case, the motherboard tray, running the cables a shorter distance than coming from the bottom towards this side of the case. It's only a couple inches difference, but it's amazing how you can basically make these cables invisible by making them the shortest run possible. It also makes cable management so much easier. So if we look in the bag here, just to visualize this a little bit more before I secure them in place, the connector I want is just this one, I think. Remember, I'm not reading any manuals, I don't know, but I think this is probably going to plug into the fan controller. This is going to plug into the fan, and that's all we need. I'm sure these are just, the other cables are for different configurations where perhaps a fan controller isn't used. Which is weird when they include a fan controller. I don't know yet. We'll get to that stage once we hook up the fan controller. We'll see how it hooks up. But this is the connector we're going to want. Remember, it's all color coordinated. These fans are sold in black and in white and in forward and reverse. So you've got to pay attention when you're ordering your parts that you're getting everything that you intended to get. If I put this on, I'm just trying to figure out which way it goes on. I was hoping it would go on that way, but it won't. We'll slide that forward. That locks in and provides us with our power and RGB controls right to that one connector, and then the other fan is connected with the same connector. So we only run one cable now instead of 2 per fan. If we were running 2 per fan, we'd have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 cables, and we hadn't even hooked the motherboard up yet. At least, even if we did have to do that, this case would accommodate that cable management. Isn't it ironic that a case that can do that doesn't need to? It's a strange world we're living in. Now, we do have a cable right out here. We could, cable management grommet, we could run this through. I want to hide it as much as possible, and I think this upper hole right up above our power supply is likely going to be our best option. And then when I set this in, I just take a look at what it's going to look like before I secure it. But I think that's going to be the way to go. And then basically, the cable's practically invisible. Same with the cable down here. The cable down here is running all the way down here. You can't even see it. Even though if you looked at it right, you know, once we have it all put together and you look straight down, if you were looking for it, you could probably find it. But that's darn near invisible. And that negates the whole benefit of Project Zero, because with this covering, with the fans here covering up all these connectors, you're not going to see them unless you really go out of your way to look for them. Suddenly, Project Zero doesn't impress me so much when you've got such thoughtful case design here. Lian Li should love me for this video, but the fact is it's quite the reverse. I love Lian Li for just being so thoughtful and considerate. Or is it PCMR, the folks who, I guess, designed this, that cooperated with Lian Li? Lian Li has a history of working with crowd-funded, crowd-sourced designs. If people can get enough money together, Lian Li will often work with them to manufacture the case. That's how the N-Case M1 came about. And Lian Li manufactured that even though it wasn't their design, and Lian Li didn't sell it, but they made it on behalf of and under contract to N-Cases. Now I can go grab my fan screws, and again, each fan takes 4 screws. We're going to need 8. I want them to be silver, and these came with the case. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm trying to grab more than 1. 6, 7. It was at 8? Yeah, that's 8. Okay. I don't want to use this driver because of the way these screws go in there. They very easily tilt and go sideways, and they won't sit flush, and I want them to look good. So I'm going to turn these by hand, and I just want to start them so I can continue to move the fans around as needed for all of the holes for the screws to line up straight. You'll notice when you're putting fans in, usually they do move a little bit up and down and left and right. So that's why you get all the screws started while they're loose, and you won't have any fitment issues. Then you can go ahead and tighten them down. It doesn't matter what order you pick. You don't have to do one corner in the opposite corner or nothing like that, like we do on a CPU heatsink. You also don't want to over tighten these screws. You're going up against a rubber grommet. That's to prevent vibration from the spinning fan from making noise. And basically you want them pretty much a little less than snug. Like if it starts to give you resistance, stop. Don't take it any further than that. Because what you're doing is you're squishing that rubber grommet, which may cause the rubber grommet to split and break. And you're also reducing its vibration dampening abilities by over-tightening the screws. You just want the rubber grommet to be up against the metal of the case and the fan to not be wobbly. You know, not for the fan frame to not be movable. It doesn't have to be tightened down like you're bolting down a watertight submarine bolt or something. Once you get that resistance, just stop turning them. They're good enough. If you notice some vibration, you can go ahead and turn them a little bit more, but chances are you won't. High quality fans like these likely don't spin fast enough to vibrate. If you had a loose screw, probably would not even vibrate the screw out, because they're so well balanced and they don't spin that fast. Because of their size, they don't have to spin as fast. Bigger fans can move more air at a slower rotation, making them quieter and more efficient. And smaller fans are typically going to be more high-pitched, and they have to run at higher speeds to move what is essentially less air. The bigger the fan, the truer that is. So we're at 140 millimeters on these. I believe these are 14 centimeters. And then we have now these two cables from Lian Li, because we bought all Lian Li. We didn't have to, but we want to make this project smooth. We don't want to struggle or spend a lot of time getting adapters and things to make things work. So we made sure that anything that's visible from the case is made by Lian Li. As far as the fans go, we want all the fans to spin at the same speeds. As far as the way the RGB, the brightness and sequencing of the RGB is, when we're looking at aesthetic, it's more and more important to make your life easier to stick with one brand than to buy what's ever on sale, unless you just have a lot of time on your hands and you're not that finicky, picky, fin-picky. All right, let me just put this, you know what? Let's just put that over there. I don't need that. Yeah, so you'll notice these fans, how they're exposed. And these fans are exposed and you don't see the supports. So normally when I'd look at this, I'd say, oh, those fans are blowing air out, just as these fans are blowing air out. But these are reverse bladed. So the direction of the blades is opposite of the direction of the blades here. One day I will learn how to spot them. But for right now, I just want to make you aware that that's a thing. And as computers in the last couple of years have been selling with these, know that they exist, because these fans will die no differently than any other fan, and it's important you replace them, be able to recognize a reverse blade fan to replace it properly. Again, it won't even look right when you've got two fans spinning. Well, they're all spinning in the same direction, but one's got reverse blades. It's going to look funny to you. I promise you. You're going to look at it. You're going to say, it's the same fan. Why does it look different? Now, when it comes to the rest of these parts here, we're not done. However, was this the box I was using? We'll take all these spare parts just to keep ourselves organized, and we'll put it all back in this box, because later on we have to hook these up to the fan controller. And you know, having a spare fan controller, not a bad thing, especially if you, like in my case, I have a leftover fan, and I think I'm going to have a leftover fan controller, and might be another Lian Li build. I don't know. Might do something with another Lian Li liquid cooler, something where that fan won't go to waste, or we stick it as extra parts of the motherboard box, so if a fan controller goes out or a fan goes out, we have a spare. We don't have to buy something. We'll already have it. I don't know what the odds of that happening are, or how many years it would take for that to happen, but we'd be ready. We've already paid for it, so just a matter of putting it away where we can find it when the day comes that we need it. With the fans installed, the power supply is installed, let's get to this Hydroshift liquid cooler, because this thing has me intrigued. Our friend Luke Greenia in the chat room bought one of these, and I think he had some struggle. Somebody else bought one too. Is it Mark Gaines? And had some trouble installing it, some confusion. It's supposed to be real easy to use, and again, it's made by Lian Li, so everything's going to blend and look beautiful. And Luke, do you have any tips for me? Luke mentions the fan cable here that's pointing that way, and then I have it go right. He goes, it's not fixed in that position, but either way, it's still coming out that side. I'm not worried about it. It's pretty much not seen regardless. But let me grab the Hydroshift cooler. This is a pretty expensive cooler, but it's also supposed to work really well. And I say supposed to, because what little research I did do on it, people spoke highly. But mainly I bought it because of the way it looks. Initially, this build was set out just to be a project for the channel, something simple. And it was never intended to be the flagship it's become, because I realized once I was putting it together the parts were much nicer than I really thought they were going to be. The motherboard, the RAM, that super fast Gen 5 drive. And I thought, this deserves so much better. But I thought, you know, in the Black Widow case we initially had, it'll be good enough. And my frustrations in working with that cheap case and all of the frustrations regarding cable management and placement of parts was so limiting. I thought, you know what, this isn't right. This is blasphemy to sit here and have something, you know, the motherboard and the chip and the RAM and the storage being so top of the line, and then cheaping out on the case and making the build process far less enjoyable. We asked you guys to recommend cases, and there were a lot of great suggestions, but most of them I felt weren't right for this build, but definitely some great suggestions for a future build. But over and over, this 011 Vision case, I think is what they call it, kept coming up from people. And I thought I'll take another look at it. Just because it was an aquarium case, I wasn't really interested. But it turned out, you know, I was mixing up the compact version with the regular version. And the closer I looked at the compact version, the more it started to grow on me, and the more it made sense for this white motherboard, as well as the processor we're using and the RAM that we're using, which is RAM I've never used before. And the solid state drive is a brand new Gen 5, 14,500 megabyte per second, fastest drive on the planet for consumer Gen 5 drive. So then this little project suddenly doubled in size because I realized it was worth it. To do anything less than this, I should not have bought that board with that chip and that, you know what I mean? If I would have put a Gen 4 drive in there, went down a couple generations on the Ryzen and maybe cheaped out a little bit on the RAM, maybe that Black Widow case would have been appropriate. Because we went top of the line on mostly everything, not quite top of the line, but pretty darn close to, pretty close to the top, suddenly it started making more sense. So as I started warming up to the case and looking at pictures, I started noticing the fans were installed on the pictures, but not on the Amazon page. The case didn't come with any fans. And then you start pricing in the fans, and they're $100 for each 3-pack, $10 more for the reverse blade, so $110 for the reverse blade. And then the liquid cooler, I mean, that's the, you know, you got to have that. The cooler we had on this was just temporary, just to test everything out. And definitely not adequate for that, for the chip we've used. And the price on this almost knocked me out of my chair at nearly $300. But I thought, you know, buy once, try once. Let's do it right. And before you know it, this turned into a flagship build. And now there's an argument over who wants it. Mara wants it, I want it. You know, I've asked Mitch, our friend Mitch Morrison, are you ready for an upgrade yet? And he keeps telling me no. But you know what he said to me yesterday? He goes, you know, I saw that build you're doing on that white Lian Li, and I'm not a, you know, big glass case RGB guy, but I got to tell you, there's something about it. I really like it. And I'm like, get in line, buddy. I don't know what it is, but when you put the time and you buy the right parts, it's almost universal, the reaction you get. It's not one of these things where some people like it and some people don't. It is almost universally just like wow factor. And it really doesn't cost that much more. But I guarantee you, if we stuck with the Black Widow case, we would have saved $500. And we also would have had a computer that, you know, you look at it, you go, yeah, it's nice. It's nice. And I'd say, yeah, but you should see how it runs. You know, it's really fast. Okay. But when it runs fast and it looks good at the same time, you almost universally get this admiration from people. And that's not what I set out to build, but I'm so happy that this is where the road has led us. And that's why I like doing these videos live and unscripted, because I couldn't have scripted this. I had no idea what was coming, and my reactions to things as I'm experiencing them for the first time. I'm not an actor. What you're seeing is real. So if you value that as much as I do, you don't find much content like that here on YouTube, except for like music reaction videos, things like that. This is real life reaction to like a lot of money and parts. And we're gonna have a system here that's, it's easily gonna be good for 10 years, easily, without any upgrades, just leaving it as we're building it. Leave it alone and you're fine the next 10 years. Just keep it clean. Clean your dust filters. Dust it out twice a year. That's all you got to do. You're going to have a reliable computer for 10 years. And not just reliable, it's fast. Now, I don't know how that is going to compare 10 years from now from what is considered an entry-level computer, but it should still be pretty respectable. When I asked Mitch, don't you have something old that we can upgrade? He's got like 4 computers. It's been a while. We haven't upgraded all 4 of those in a while. We've upgraded, you know, a couple here and there. And he said, well, you know, my main machine, he looks it up. He says it's an i7-8700 Intel. I go, well, why don't we upgrade it? He goes, well, what's wrong with it? Well, nothing. I mean, it's fast. He goes, yeah, it's fast. Everything's fast. I got no complaints. It's Windows 11 compliant. Why would I change it? And I'm like, well, I'll tell you why you should change it. Because it'll make for good content. Let's take your 8700 out. Let's put a 13500. I've got a bunch of those laying around here already prepped. You can keep your power supply, keep your optical drive. We'll keep the same case. And we'll swap out the board, the CPU, the RAM, and the storage. He's got a Gen 3 Samsung drive, which is fine, but we could put a Gen 4 Beijing S880 in there. They're only like $100 for 2 terabytes. He's got 2 terabytes now running at 3600, but he could have 2 terabytes running at 7200 RPM. Not RPM. If it's running at 7200 RPM, he's clearly installed it wrong. And Mitch is like, you know, I think I like that idea. And I said, well, so do I. And then I can take his older board, which still works fine today. I can put it in that Black Widow case. Then those 2 things match up okay. Then the case is going to be the star of the show. And what's inside of it is just, you know, it's okay. That is much better part compatibility, part for part, value to value. That makes much more sense to me. Mitch gets a new system. And we could even, you know, we don't have to change the NVMe drive. We could keep the Samsung 970 in there, but know that that's going to make his system underperform to its ability. Right out, you know, brand new, it's just not going to perform as fast as it could. Whether or not he would notice that, I can't say. Most people may not notice it. But again, if I'm doing it, I want to do it all right. How it's used is none of my business. All right, let's see. What was Luke saying about this? He says, the RGB interface on the Hydroshift and those fans is amazingly easy. Good, good. Thank you. Be sure to install the latest version of Connect 3. I guess that's Lian Lee's RGB software. And install both Microsoft C++ redistributable packages. Okay, that's pretty common with third-party application software, but good to know. Thank you for the tips, Luke. I've got to tell you, between Buster, Frankie B, and Rob Foster, we have some Amazon gift card money that I got an itchy button finger, mouse button finger, and I'm exercising some discipline because I know there's going to be some great sales coming up. And there's nothing we need right now, and we're still backed up on projects. So I can't thank you guys enough for giving us that little buffer. And when and if a sale comes up for a project we plan on doing, we have the ability now to go ahead and get that at that sale price instead of saying, oh, geez, I wish we could have got that when it was on sale. And we can make that money go further. And right now, as I mentioned, it's a pretty bizarre thing to go on Amazon and look through cases and computer parts, and there's just nothing I want or need. But if something's the right price, I might suddenly need it. So I'm looking forward to the Black Friday specials that'll be happening this holiday season. Now, I'm still trying to figure out how to get enough room on my desk to get this cooler opened up here. So bear with me for a second. I need to move some items around. Tough to do that one-handed. Right on the edge. That ought to be good. Okay, so let's get this opened up and see what we got. And of course, for all of our members, everybody who gives in Super Chat and PayPal contributions, super amount of gratitude to all of you, because once again, without you guys, these videos just would not, certainly this wouldn't have existed, and nor would we have had the option of turning this into a beast, which is, again, not how it started and was never my intention. One of the things I'm noticing right out of the box, normally when you buy a liquid cooler, you get fans and you get a radiator, and then you figure out where you want your fans to go, and then you have to secure them to the radiator, and that can take 20 minutes just doing that. Looking in this box, I see fans are already attached to the radiator. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because what if I don't want the fans on that side? Then I have to take them off and put them on the other side, which is twice as much work than if I just got them separately. I've never seen a manufacturer do that before. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that until I put it in and see. If it makes my job easier, I'm all for it. But I feel like this could go either way. That is a big water block. Holy cow. Look at the size of this monster. All right, there's a big square water block. When you're paying attention to the photos, notice if the water block is round or square. That'll help you if you're trying to mimic what you see in the photo and you're not sure, you know, if a manufacturer makes numerous, like in this case, a white 360-degree cooler, which one is it? Is it the Galahad? Is it the Hydroshift? Well, usually the giveaway is in the pump itself and the way that it looks, and paying close enough attention, or just go for the most expensive thing. You'll usually get it right. So they've given us all this little plastic, well, it's all coming off in one piece. I was good with that. That covers the mirrored finish on the edges of these fans, which I guess is where the RGB is. Yeah, those fans are fixed in position already. Now you notice, instead of the hoses coming out the top and being exposed, Lian Li has got these little shrouds over the hoses. Now I don't know why nobody else does this, but this is a really smart idea, because what that does is it brings the hoses, like let's just say you're in an ordinary case and you were going to mount this up above. You usually have to run the hoses halfway across the radiator to get to the middle of your board. So they've already brought the hoses pretty much to the middle and covered them up for a much cleaner look for a case design that might expose these. Now for this case design, nobody's going to see these hoses back here anyway. So we can remove these and we can put them back on or leave them off. I'm not sure how, but I know they come off. Oh, there's a couple of screws here. What about the rest of it? I think this is just a plastic cover that slides off. I could read the manual. But I'm thinking if it was me who designed it, yeah, that's exactly what it does. It's just got little clips on it here and here, and you don't have to use this if you don't want to, or if you need to reroute the cables, I suppose you could go, maybe not that way. Oh, is that what this one's for? There's a righty and a lefty. So one, if you're running out your cables that way, and the other one, see what I'm saying? You can route the cables on the other side depending on the orientation that you put it in your case. If your case is different than this, or if we left the original lid on it, we could mount it up at the lid. I replaced the lid with the glass option because I think it looks a lot cleaner, and I also like the fans, the RGB fans, to be visible. Whenever we put RGB fans up at the top, we can't see the lighting unless you kind of get down and look up, which kind of defeats the extra spending for that stuff. Now, that's pretty much ready to go, I think. We just have a little bit of tape here. These needs to be removed. One of these brackets is holding us down. So these brackets are also optional. and you'll see how they're holding the cable against the radiator. And I can see there's a bunch of little holes so that you can move these brackets up and down. You don't have to use them the way it comes out of the box. But the way it comes out of the box, the plastic is trapped underneath, leaving me little choice but to have to remove it just to get the plastic off, which that's not too well thought out, Lian Lee. But yeah, little things like this I'm going to complain about, because at scale, if you're building a lot of these, this is really going to slow down your production line. But easy enough, we can just loosen, maybe. That screwdriver is not going to fit. Looks like I need a JIS driver for that screw. That's a little different from the rest of the screws. I wish they'd pick one and stick with it. One other minor complaint. Not that they knew we were going to use this cooler with this case, but it sure would be nice. You don't have to use this cooler with a Lian Li case. You could be using this with any case that could support a 360-degree radiator. I'm not even sure I'm going to leave that on there. But anyway, using the same screw would certainly make inventory a lot easier, and laying out your screws and putting things back together again would be a lot simpler if it didn't matter which screw you used, because they were all the same. Okay, so that is all prepped and ready to install. I mean, that's almost like what you might call ready to eat, right out of the package. You don't have to heat it up. It's like a bag of Doritos, so you don't have to prep it. There's no cleanup. It's ready to just take out of the box and install once you remove the plastic. I suppose if you didn't care about the plastic, you could leave it on, but then why would you spend this much money for a cooler? Now, there also appears to be another bracket above the hoses that holds the shroud on. And you could leave that on or apparently take it off if you don't like the look of it and you want to keep the shroud off. Again, because we're mounting with all of that stuff back here where it won't be seen, it's kind of irrelevant. This is a mounting bracket for the water block. We've got some silica gel. We have our documentation, which looks like all pictures. I'm good with all pictures. We might be utilizing that if need be. And then finally, the last thing in the box is a box. So this box was shipped to me in a box, and inside of this box I have a box. This should contain, I'll bet you it's got a fan controller, another one. Yeah, it's got a fan controller. So we got 3 fan controllers now. We've got AMD mounting brackets, which we'll need. Remember those little plastic plugs I showed you on the fans? Well, they give you those for these fans if you want to move them around or buy additional fans. We shouldn't need any of this, I don't think. And then this is your Intel mounting bracket here. So today we're not doing Intel. And then this tells you a little bit about the L-Connect 3. This is like a little business card that's got a QR code. They direct you to where to download this. I would just go to Lian Li's website and download it, using Google search. But they do give you a shortcut link on the front, just in case you don't have the ability to scan a QR code. And then below each QR code is also the link you can manually type in to your browser. You guys can do this at home, even if you don't have the unit, but you're curious about what the software looks like or what the manual states. That QR code takes you to the link displayed below the QR code. Software on top, manual on the bottom, and that's just for their L-Connect 3 software, not for the installation of the cooler. But that's a nice touch. I'm glad they do that. I'm going to just keep the rest of this in here because, oh, we've got another bracket for if you want the hoses to run longer. You can secure them down a further distance with a spare screw. Thermal compound is in there. And then, of course, we've got our mounting mechanism here and here that we need. So that, along with the fan controller, I'll put the fan controller in here for now. Now, it would be nice if we could hook everything up to one fan controller. It would make the cable management easier. I don't know yet. We'll figure that out as we go. In the meantime, let me just get this out of my way. Where was this? It's over there. And I'll just set it. This feels awfully heavy. That should be all that's in the box. Yeah. Okay. Now, just like the power supply frame, the frame for mounting the liquid cooler, we removed yesterday. That was right here. And I set it down here. Let me grab it. And again, this is to make your install a lot easier when you're not having to work inside of a crowded case, especially some cases where the motherboard is way up at the top and you can run into interference issues where the fans start hitting the back of the board, or that you have to remove the fans in order to hook up cables or change anything at the top of the motherboard, right? Because the top of the motherboard has fan connectors and power connectors. And so if the case is too small and you put a all-in-one cooler or a radiator up there, you're adding a couple of inches from the top down towards the board. And that's typically what you can expect on a cheaper case. With this case, and it's a little difficult for you to see it because it's turned away from you, but if you look at the thickness of that radiator and fans together, and look at the distance between the top of the case and the top of the motherboard, we'll easily clear that if we wanted to mount a radiator and fans up here. You'd be surprised how many cases don't do that. We've run into that issue on live builds back at Studio A, where we had to do things in a certain order, and anytime we needed to get to any of the connectors up here, we had to take the liquid cooler out. We even had fitment issues where RAM was too tall and the motherboard was situated too high, that when we went to put the radiator in, it interfered with the RAM, and we had to get RAM that wasn't as tall. Now, that's one thing when you're dealing with an air cooler, but to deal with that on a liquid cooler, that's the sign of a badly designed or poorly designed case, or a bad decision on behalf of the system builder, which would have been me at that time, in parts selection. And if we were going to use a liquid cooler, we probably shouldn't have used that specific case for that reason. At the end of the day, by swapping out the RAM, we were able to make it fit, but it also means any sort of maintenance going forward would require removing that cooler every time you needed to do something behind it. With this design, you have full access to the whole top here, plenty of clearance, and then I love this part right here. This giant grommet is going to feed our liquid block, our cooler block. So all you're going to see is the block and just a little bit of hose going back behind this magic curtain, and then everything else is hidden from view. So even a Project Zero build, it doesn't look that clean. Think about that. Because no matter what we do to move the connectors to behind the board with Project Zero, we still have those ugly wires to the cooler. And when we're dealing with a liquid cooler, we've got the ugly hoses. Sometimes the hoses, they run right over the top of your RGB, distracting and taking away from, you know, how it would otherwise look without. Think of a great looking neighborhood and then low hanging power lines. Okay, if we could get rid of the power lines, that would be really picturesque kind of a thing. So when it comes to putting our radiator in, I just need to remember which way this went in. If it went in down below here. So there's little nubs that stick out and there's little grooves. And I think we can. Yeah, trying to do this so you can see it is very difficult. There we go. And then it should swing closed like a door. See that? And then we secure it with screws. It even has a nice little click when it's in position. It doesn't just fall out. Another little detail the case manufacturer considered. A lot of the others don't even think about stuff like that, let alone having a removable tray here. So what that means is if we want to mount this radiator, I've seen like in the pictures or like in the trailer we showed during today's video from Lian Lee, they add 3 more fans to the other side. I think that's ridiculous. Nobody's going to see them, right? This side is not really visible. So if we set this in with the hoses on top, and it's going to go in that direction, right? If I set this here, Just want to see what that's going to look like. I can already see a problem. And let's see how much you're paying attention. I'm going to carefully turn this around so things don't fall, I hope. Do you see what I see? So straight out of the box, we can't use this the way it comes out of the box. These hoses are coming out the wrong side. I need these hoses to come out this side, unless I've got something backwards here. Let me think about this for a second. It is possible to flip this around the other way, but that means we'd have to take the fans out and put them on the other side. But if we flip this way, and we were to move the fans to this side, would that make more sense? This is not as clear as I thought it would. I thought this was just going to snap right in, but I got to think about this for a minute. Now, we can easily change the direction of these hoses, but then my next thought is, how do I get those hoses to the back of the motherboard? Let me look at that one more time. Remember, we're trying to figure this out logically, not looking at directions unless I absolutely have to, because I enjoy the challenge of what should be common sense engineering. If it's not common sense engineering, then it's bad engineering, at least for consumer goods. Let's see what you guys say. Should the hoses be at the bottom for proper flow? So all these situations on the online are basically people talking about Sasquatch and Bigfoot. When we talk about radiator orientation, it doesn't matter. If you're running into a problem, like let's say, for example, you're getting some weird noises coming out of your pump, then let's talk about that. But when it comes to any proper orientation, I don't believe there is such a thing that truly exists in the world outside of the enthusiast community who just decided that this is how bubbles flow, and it's all very much, it can be the result of a custom liquid coupe that's a liquid cooler that somebody, I put the word custom loop in cooler and I got coupe. A custom liquid cooler where somebody didn't fill the reservoir or prime it properly and got air in their system. It could be the result of an all-in-one unit that's completely sealed and you can't add any more fluid into it anyway. And this may be a workaround so you don't have to replace your cooler to orient it in such a scenario where you're a victim, or, you know, if it's called victim, but you suffer from an air gap in the system that is resulting in noise. There are custom liquid cooling solutions with big aquarium type bubbles over the block, or flow control so that you can watch the flow and see the bubbles in the system. The problem with an all-in-one is even if you could see the bubbles, there's nothing you can do about it in most cases. Now, Be Quiet does offer a little fill valve and some spare fluid, but that's pretty unusual, and I've never had to use it. So basically, you could put the radiator in up, down, vertically, horizontally, top to bottom, bottom to top. It's going to work the same. And it's only in situations that you're actually suffering an issue, which is typically noise. If you're going to have an issue, which you likely aren't, but in the rare circumstance that you might, to me, the solution would be to send that unit back because it was underfilled. And since you can't top it off in most cases, you got a defective unit. It wasn't filled properly at the factory. Just because you can orient it to work around that problem doesn't mean that's the right solution when a replacement is really what's the right solution, in my opinion. but it does generate a lot of clicks. Those videos get a lot of views. And whether or not it's practical and actually solves anything in real life is irrelevant to the content creator who's generating popularity and revenue through that content. As a professional system builder, I don't do custom loops, and everything is sealed in an all-in-one. And the all-in-one instructions don't specifically tell you not to install the radiator a certain direction. This is coming direct from the engineers who manufactured it. It's only the content creators who have no engineering degrees who make this stuff up, and then their viewers, who typically also don't have engineering degrees, believe it. But if you actually have a problem, let's talk about it. But if what you're trying to do is avoid a problem, that's all placebo. That's all that is. At least in my experience, orientation of radiator has never made a difference in the real world in my career. So take that for whatever it's worth and believe whatever makes you feel good. We really do this for the look. What we're trying to do is establish what is the most attractive aesthetic. The cooler is probably overkill for this chip. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, it is a Ryzen 9 after all. It probably does get hot. But really, we're going for a look here. If I was looking for the best liquid cooler, I probably wouldn't have gone with this one when it comes to cooling properties, because we're not going to have any cooling problems to begin with. Okay, so if we do, we're in real trouble. So it's not like everything has to be, you know, so extreme, unless you are an extreme user, meaning you're overclocking and overvolting. As long as you're not doing that, any of these liquid coolers, especially this size, should be more than adequate for that chip running the way the engineers intended. I highlight the word should because I'm assuming you're putting it all together correctly. Some people don't. Some people forget to remove the plastic at the bottom, you know, and all this effort and all this overthought over what's basic and in front of you was completely skipped over. We see that a lot in the industry. People are just overthinking it. Now, when you actually have a problem in real life, we're here to help you. But trying to avoid all problems is impossible. It makes life quite boring. If you were successful and you never learned anything, why would you even bother doing it? Where's the challenge and the fun? If everything in life was so easy and so avoidable, what would be the point in living? It'd be so boring and predictable. That's my take on it. Let's see what you guys are saying about it. Flip the radiator 180 degrees, says Entloga Radovin. Brian Madonna says maybe he bought a righty instead of a lefty. I don't think there's a right or left. You can switch them. If you're going to use the grommet for the pump, this is from Paul Kitching, yeah, and I do want to use the grommet, yes, then surely the radiator should be on the other side of the case, and this would mean the pipes are coming out the correct way. Well, then that leads me to ask, let me do this. Oops, and there goes one of my little thumb screws. I knew I was going to do that. Let's set this down, and we want to be careful not to bend the fins on the radiator. It's a very soft metal, just like the radiator on your car or the radiator or coils on your air conditioner. They're very, very thin metal, very easily bent. It doesn't break them, but it definitely impedes airflow, and with enough bends and enough impeding, then you can have cooling problems where the air doesn't flow properly. Now, can this bracket go in the other way around? If I put it in backwards? I don't know. I didn't really think about it when I put it in. Let's take this out. And let's turn it around this way. Would it go in this way? Maybe I put it in backwards. Yeah, it goes in either way. Look at that. So now we could put the radiator in this way, but my fans are going to be on the wrong side. Wow, that is a tight fit. Yikes. Will that even fit? So here's my struggle. When we turn that around, mean, it looks like it should fit in there, but it's going to be awfully tight. That definitely puts our hoses on the correct side. I'm still just trying to figure out if this will... Boy, it almost acts like it's too wide, but I think it's just really, really tight. Try something else. Let's put this in first. Then you can see what I'm doing and where my struggle is. So you can see the hoses are the problem here. And that's okay. That just means we have to take these clamps off of here. And there is a cutout right here, like the hoses are intended to go through this little cutout. And that these clamps would be used more for a top mount. And since we're mounting in the back vertically, at least with this particular case, we don't need these clamps. And then I think we need to move the fans to the other side, and then I think we're good to go. I think maybe this is why people add 3 more fans. Maybe instead of moving the ones that are already on there, maybe they just figure, I'll just buy 3 more fans. But then these are lit up in RGB, and the back of the case is just perforated. There's no window back here. No one's going to see the RGB on it. So why spend the money for RGB fans that are covered? That doesn't make sense to me either. On the other hand, we spent money for these clamps we don't need apparently, but I'm sure they didn't add that much cost. And if we wanted to move this radiator to a different system, maybe these clamps would come in handy. So you definitely don't want to throw anything out. You never know what the future holds with regards to any future upgrades or replacements. Could be some really cool new coolers out in the future that make this one look like it's ancient and out of date. Okay, so you see how much easier that is when we can take this piece out. And then if we set this whole piece in now, we can get a better idea. And this would still be what I call dry fitting everything before we put the screws in, just to make sure that we are not having to undo any of our work before we start tightening screws and then have to take them back out again. It doesn't necessarily guarantee us that, but it certainly verifies, at least under the information we have at the time, that we're doing everything. We're moving forward in the right direction. So I'm still trying to, oh, I can see that that's not sitting flush. See that? See, there's a gap here. That's interesting. I wonder why. What's holding us up here? Is it just, you got to use a little more brute strength? I would think that would fit like a glove, but it's just not. Wow. I really thought this was going to be easier. Okay. Not impossible, it's just a little, I thought we were going to slap this in and go. Let's try and get it leveled in there. If you put one side in before the other side, that's how you end up with it where it won't budge. And using brute force is not the right way to do it. Take it back out, try and seat it on both sides equally when it's that tight of a fit. That also means pay attention to how far down this cooler needs to go so that the bottom lines up with the bottom of the bracket, or you may stick up too much from either side that it won't fit back in the case. See, I still feel like that's bending outward. Whoops, there goes my mouse. This is bending outward for some reason on this side. That is unexpected. I really thought that was just going to fit right in there. Huh. I don't think this radiator is meant to go in here, at least not in that orientation. It would have to go in this way. But I'm not sure I like the fans being on the other side of this bracket. That's definitely not the look I want. Oh, no, it's definitely not going to go in that way, because then you wouldn't see the RGB on the side of the fans, because the side of the bracket would cover all that up. So that doesn't make any sense either. Think about this for a second. This is going to be like that folding monitor stand all over again. I really thought this was going to be so much easier, just based on information that people have, that I've read online and from people that are like, oh, this whole system is great. But there's some piece of this that I am missing here that is making this a little more. I'm probably overthinking it, is probably what's happening. You see, when my mouse fell on the floor, this little cover comes off, and just wanted to put that back on and set that over here. Mark Gaines with a 20-pound super chat said, Kerry, I did have some minor issues with my Hydroshift all-in-one, but it was fixed with a firmware update. Good to know. Thank you for that. I just noticed we have plastic over the centers of these fans. Definitely want all this off of here. I want to save these little brackets. I guess I'll just put them over here. These are the little hose brackets and the small screws. I'm going to put those back in a bag with the spare one, just so we have them. I don't think we need them on this build. I'm just trying to figure out the orientation here. Let me catch up. You guys might be telling me what I'm missing. I am sure that this is simple and I'm just not seeing it. Paul Kitching says if you just swivel the hoses, this would work, but then the hoses would be going across the RAM, and the whole point is to use the grommet. Correct, we want to use that grommet there. Frog said this is what happens when you refuse to read the manual. Oh, you mean learning? Yeah. So you can read how to ride a bicycle and you can read about how to swim. And I hope somebody's going to save your life when you fall off or drown, because through experience is really the best way to learn. And if you've been doing this as long as I have, and you believe the answer is in reading a manual, you will likely be fired from your job because you're not getting any work done reading. You're just sitting around reading books all day. We didn't hire you for that. So you have to understand, I don't come from a place of a hobbyist. I come from a place of a business. And typically in business, you're going to run, like in a corporate world, you're going to run the same equipment every day. So once you learn it, you become pretty expedient at it once you become familiar and comfortable with the systems and the documented policies and procedures of the company. You're not paid to think. But when you're a field service technician and you're working on hardware you've never seen before, if you feel you need to read the manual, you won't be able to make a living, and you're going to have pissed off customers that you take too long. But as a hobbyist sitting at home, maybe you like to do that. The manuals are there for a reason, and they're for the non-experienced individuals. That also means that I don't have experience with this particular setup, but it should be engineered to be logical to somebody who's been in the industry as long as I have. If it isn't, that suggests to me bad engineering design and an opportunity for me to learn. But if all you're going to do is look for solutions to the problem without understanding how the solution exists or why, then you're what we call a ritualizer. You don't actually understand the system. You just follow what it says to do, and like a robot, you do it. I'm not a big fan of that. It also is impractical when running a business where you're working on different equipment at all times. And it's also taking away all the fun. It's like you're somebody who doesn't want to have any fun. You just want to be told what to do, and you don't want to think, and you're just going to do it. And that's why I left corporate work, because that's what corporate work was all about. It was the same thing day after day after day. And for me personally, being able to utilize and demonstrate in real world unscripted videos the sheer value of logic, critical thinking, and reverse engineering is far more valuable than let's all read page 1 together like you're a child and I'm reading you a bedtime story. If you want to read the manual, go right ahead. If you want to watch videos where people read manuals, go watch them. To come into my channel and suggest I'm not running my channel correctly suggests to me you don't understand what this channel is and maybe isn't right for you. If that's what you're looking for, you won't find it here, and we won't conform it to you unless you want to pay for the video, which in this case is around $3,000 for everything, including all the setup and equipment. So I don't take kindly to those kind of accusations from people who just want to boldly claim they don't understand what's going on and blame me for their lack of understanding. It's very, very, like if you did that in my house, if you came into my home as an invited guest for free, you just walked in, I invited you in, and you criticized anything about my home, you would be asked to leave. That's not something that would be proper behavior of a guest. Now you're welcome to be here, and you're welcome to create your own videos, whoever you want them. But what you're not welcome to do is to tell me how to live my life any more than I'm going to tell you. You're welcome to stay if you want to be polite and courteous. Otherwise, we'll remove you. It's really frustrating when I do the live videos that there are individuals that take this video off course, lengthen the time it takes, pull my focus away from a project because I feel like I need to shut it down before it gets any worse. It's unacceptable, inexcusable, and I've not done something to you to deserve you to do that to me. So rather than go back and forth, we just remove the individual, okay? And just let that be a warning for everybody else who wants to be rude. It's not welcome here. Again, if you're paying for it, if you're paying me, you can be rude to me. Ask any of my employers. All right. So now I'm thinking about this, getting back to this. I'm not sure. I'm kind of on the fence about this. Clearly, this rotates for a reason. And that would suggest to me that there's no right or wrong here. It's about your personal preference and, of course, the hardware you're putting in that dictates if you're going to go in with this rear bracket facing the rear or the rear bracket facing the front, or this support bracket. Now, the reason I don't want this side facing the front is this doesn't look good, right? Unless I covered this up with fans. Also, this radiator doesn't seem to want to fit inside of here, which I thought it would. But something is wider on the radiator than it is on the inset of this. So that means, and once again, this would not be in a manual for the cooler, but rather would be in a manual for the case for some recommendations, because the case has so many variable options with different coolers, different sizes, and different placement options. That could be a manual this thick all by itself. At some point, if you don't know how to proceed, you may have gotten yourself in over your head. But on the other hand, it's a great opportunity to learn if you're willing, but you can't be impatient and want to cut to the solution without fully understanding how to do the work, right? How we got to the solution. So I like to work this out, and if you don't like watching it, well, you know, this ain't the right channel for you. You're missing the whole point of what we do here that's different than everybody else. So this, it's interesting to me that that can go in either way, because I really didn't expect it to. And if I go back and look at the photos from, like, say, the Amazon page, we might be able to ascertain in the marketing photo which direction this went in. I'm not sure, but let's take a look at it together. If we go back over to our product link for the case, right? This is the Lian Li case. I'll look in the video description below the video, and there is a link for our case, right? Where is it? Oh, it's all the way towards the bottom. The Lian Li 011 compact white steel. Yeah, okay. And then let me share the screen with you, and let's take a look at that. Let me go back over to window capture. And let's look at these marketing photos. Okay, so you can see the bracket You can see the holes in the bracket. Looks like there's a radiator in there, and that the fans don't appear to be fixed to the bracket. So based on where the holes are in the bracket, right, I want you to pay attention to these little details, because these are your giveaways. Now they've got the hoses running across, running from like the center. Somehow they run to the right for some reason, and they come swing back over to the left through that grommet. Now, if that's the same cooler, which it isn't, because that cooler has a round pump on it. So that's like the Galahad or something. We have a slightly different cooler than this, but we have the same fans, I think. But we have the square pump, and the hose alignment, I believe, is a little different, but it might be close enough. I'm not sure. And again, we're just looking at one photo. If we look at another photo here, that's not helpful. Let's go to the other side. Yeah, okay, that's not a hose. That's the power cable to the fans. So where are the hoses? Are they at the bottom? You can't tell. All I can tell with the hoses is they're going up through and then they disappear. I don't know if there's a picture of the back. Now, when we're dealing with equipment that's been out a while, we can always look up other content creators' videos, right, and see the way they did it. But I prefer not to do that either. I still prefer to figure it out and do it my way. And that's just the way I've gone through the world. Now, in the stock photo, you'll see that no fans are included with the case, and that the bracket does default out of the box with the support brackets on the inside of the case versus flipping it around the way I've got it right now. I did put it back in the way I took it out, which is surprising because honestly, it just felt like it was supposed to go in there. I don't really remember how it was in. That's a problem when I break these videos up, you know, between a day versus doing it all the same day. And even doing it the same day, I may not have remembered. But the little holes in the side of the bracket are visible, right? You see the rectangular holes on the side of the bracket? Those are only towards one end of the bracket. They're not right in the middle, which I can show you here in a second. Now, I don't know if that matters. I don't know what difference it makes, but it's certainly these kind of details that I want to watch for that often will tell me the story rather than having a story told to me, if that makes any sense. And let me go back over to camera one right quick, and we'll take another look here in the chat and see what your thoughts are. Is it possible the cooler goes in without the bracket? Well, there wouldn't be anything to hold it in place if we did that, would there? Would there? That'd be kind of a neat solution if it worked that way, but I don't believe that that's a possibility because the cooler has to be secured somehow. John Williams joins us as he just got back from an eye appointment. Doctor says everything looks good. Well, it's important that everything looks good to you. They're your eyes, but we're glad to hear that. And we're glad to see you joining us. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. I'm glad everything went well for you. David Graham said it looks like the fans go on the outside of the bracket with the radiator on the inside. Quite possibly. So if we take another look at this bracket, remember these holes, I was pointing out, bring up my page here. These holes, these rectangular holes are what I was looking at. And these rectangular holes are facing the inside of the case. We can see them. If we turn the bracket this way, we can't see there's no holes on this side at all. They're only on this side. So I'm looking at that and I'm scratching my head and I'm saying, okay, maybe this does have to go in this way. But they are using a different Lian Li cooler in that marketing photo. I don't know if this didn't exist at the time or, you know, which one came out first, chicken or egg. But regardless of the reason why, that's what I'm working with. And this is a consistent thing. It wouldn't matter if I was working with the Black Widow case or a Corsair case or an NZXT case where, you know, again, looking at manuals, they may oppose each other, but doing it this way, it's always consistently the same. We're using the same critical thinking and the same attention to detail to determine through logic how things go together, rather than ritualizing what is basically a dance routine where you don't necessarily have any reason for doing what you're doing other than following what you're doing, you know, what you're being told to do without reason. There's got to be reasoning and logic, and I'm going to find it so it makes sense. And as I discover it, share it with you. And if at this point, when I get stuck like this, I'm certainly encourage any sort of hint or suggestion, because this shouldn't be this difficult. When you're dealing with everything being as easy as it has been so far on this build, I expect this to be just as easy. Now, if we went to a different manufacturer of cooler or case, I might say there's a little slight incompatibility there, but this should have already been test fit and designed to fit in their products, I assume. I'm assuming that. And I know it can be done. I just thought it was going to be more obvious. Tony says, install in front of the rack. Install what in front of what rack? I don't know what that even means. I saw the hoses going through the grommet. Yeah, so this big grommet, obviously we have to feed the pump through here. And when we do that, the pump is connected to hoses. So all you're going to see are the hoses in the grommet. Would the bracket be sandwiched between the fans and radiator? That's what I was wondering. Like, do I have to take the fans off? And they do come off, but I just thought it was ready to eat, you know, out of the package. Just take it out, pop it in there. I was so looking forward to that, because sometimes these liquid coolers can be a little tedious. They're not difficult, but sometimes they're tedious when you got to take 4 screws per fan, and then you've got 3 fans, that's 12 screws, and then you often have to mount the radiator with 12 screws on the other side. That's 24 screws, and if you figured out you put something in backwards or not aligned properly, all 24 screws come back out. And it's not difficult work, it's just tedious. So the idea that we could take something out of the box and pop it right in, given that the fans were already attached, I thought that's why they were already attached. But maybe the case we're using defeats the purpose of that. I don't know yet, but we'll figure it out, and we'll figure it out together while we're live here. That way you can share this experience with me, and when we find the solution, and we will here in just a minute, you'll understand why. And it won't be because I said so. Let's see. Let me go a little further up and see earlier comments here. Paul Kitching says, I think it's the fans that are wider and stopped it from fitting in the frame. Possible. Yeah, that could be too. I mean, they look like they're, if anything, I'm feeling a ridge at the base of the radiator. The fans are definitely not as fat as the radiator. I can tell you for sure because I can feel it. They're 100% equal on this side. One does not stick out further than the other. And on this side, at least on these factory mounted fans, there's a little tiny lip where the radiator sticks out a little further than the fan. One may be preventing the other, but clearly it shouldn't be this difficult. And like I said, anytime you're building a modern computer and you're struggling, you're doing something wrong. I know I'm doing something that is making this more complicated than it needs to be because I'm not familiar with it. But this is how we familiarize ourselves. And when we figure it out, that lesson will likely stay with us longer than if it was obvious, right? Because if it's obvious, you're not, it's in one side, not the other side of your, at least of my brain, I don't really give it much thought. But once I realize how this goes in, I probably won't soon forget it if we do another one or we deal with another one of these coolers. But this is a different design for coolers. It's significantly different in the way that they've done this, both with the The shrouds for the hoses, that's new. The brackets and clamps to hold the hoses, never seen that before. And then on top of that, the fans pre-mounted, I've never seen that before either. And that's enough to change this installation a bit. And if we were using a case we were already familiar with, if we had half of the answer, half of the familiarity, it'd be half the problem. But because the case is new to me and the cooler is new to me, there's a little bit of a learning curve. And I don't think that should be discouraged. Learning is a good thing. It's not a race. We're not here demonstrating how to make a commercial for Lian Li, but rather demonstrating the process of critical thinking, as well as the talent of being able to look at details that most ordinary folks don't even notice. They look right at them, but they don't see them. And how oftentimes the answers you're looking for have been in front of you the whole time. And that's why I do what I do. That's where the fun comes in, is I can show people things that's right in front of their face, and until I point it out, they don't see it. And it's like I just performed magic. And the expression and response I get from people when I do that is often they're just dumbfounded. And it's like, I didn't do anything. It's been there the whole time. You just weren't looking at it right. And I'm not looking at this right. That's what's happening right now. Phil Stodd said, it looks like the radiator needs to attach to the bracket as it sits in the case right now. Yeah, but the question is, what if we were to attach, let's analyze that for a second. If we were to just take this and mount it just as it is, right here, it won't fit. These fans hit these fans. I am right up against that bracket. I cannot get any closer than that. And while these fans do move left and right, they don't move forward and backward. So that's not possible. The other consideration you'd have to have is what if we put a really long graphics card in this? The CPU support bracket's right here. That means our graphics card could potentially hit this and we would not be able to install a graphics card because it's sticking out too far this way. So that won't work either. That's what I'm talking about with critical thinking, right? Is you're able to, by being able to figure out what isn't going to work, you are left with what does work. Thomas Edison said he knew 1,000 ways to not make a light bulb. And when asked if he was getting discouraged, he said every time they get it wrong is a step forward to figuring out what is the right way. Even knowing what's wrong is as important, if not more important, to figuring out what's right. So the more they got it wrong, the closer they got to the solution. So a lot of times it's just how you look at things, right? If you choose to see them in a positive light, or you go, well, he was an idiot. Thomas Edison was a complete moron. And then I'd say, who said that? There's no lights in here. I can't see who's talking. Anyway, it's all a philosophy. And I try to maintain a philosophy that keeps me personally interested in this career. There's not a lot of people that have been doing this over 30 years. A lot of people get burned out. A lot of people get tired of the pressure. And a lot of people, especially in corporate America, the stress is too much. It's just too much and the job gets too boring. It's a lot of political stuff where the reason why things are being done is because we told you to do it. You're not paid to think kind of thing. And after, maybe 10 or 20 years, you're done. I've known a lot of technicians that have gone in, for whatever reason, into financial. They've become investment bankers and, working for banks. And it's weird what these two things have in common, that so many people I know that used to be techs have switched over to the financial. Is just weird to me. It doesn't feel random. I understand when someone has a career change. A friend of mine used to be a tech. Today, he drives an 18-wheel truck for a living. Those things are very different, but he's the only tech I know that's become a truck driver. or previous, was a working career technician. But I know a half dozen, at least a half dozen folks who had a career in IT that now have their career in finance. That's just weird. Maybe there's a financial career ahead of me. The way I handle money, I hope not, for your sake. Let's see what else you guys have to say here in the chat. Did you watch the video on Amazon before you purchased the case? The Amazon video. Maybe. I don't remember. Rick Lake says, Carrie, you could remove the fans, put the radiator on from the outside, and then install the fans on the opposite side of the radiator. Just a wild guess. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But then why did they attach these? Why would they attach them to the wrong side? It's their own case, it's their own cooler, but maybe they never intended for this cooler to operate out of the box on this case, but some other case? And if so, what case is that? That's where I'm kind of hung up, right? I have no doubt it's not rocket science to take these fans off and flip them to the other side. I haven't dry fit it yet in a way where I can visualize and see where that makes any sense. Phil Stodd said, I'm guessing the cooler in the picture is slightly thinner than this one. It is a different cooler, right? I think they call it the Galahad cooler. This is the Hydroshift cooler. This is a bigger, beefier cooler for sure. Maybe the radiator connects all the way at the back of the bracket and the fans connect at the front. Maybe. I don't know. So part of me is like, we can speculate all day, or we can actually, take it apart, figure it out that way. It would probably be more work, but at the end of the day, faster to get to our conclusion or solution. And that may be what we have to do anyway. And again, it's pretty easy to take these fans off. Obviously, the hoses, we can't change where the hoses are. They're either coming out from the top right or the top left from this one side alone. So that dictates our orientation of the radiator as far as that goes. When it comes to the fans, there's no reason the fans can't be mounted to the other side. But the question is, do they mount to the radiator with the bracket holding the radiator, or do they mount to the bracket? That's the part I haven't figured out yet. And I'm trying to visualize it before I do it, because there's that one little part of me that says, what if you end up having to put it exactly back the way it is right now? I'd like to avoid that, just to be more efficient. But I may not be able to come to that conclusion without actually doing it. That's the problem that I'm trying to get around, which is slowing the process down because it's not clicking. Not yet. It hasn't clicked in yet, the path forward. Or I should say the proper path forward. I know a path forward. I just don't know that it's the right path. And until I start moving down that path, I can't anticipate what the corrections are going to be. I'm really trying hard to. So when I look at this, let me go back to those photos one more time on Amazon. I suppose the issue I'm having is it does appear that that radiator is inside the bracket and that the fans are mounted through the bracket into the radiator, right? Which would mean likely that cooler they used, the fans are not pre-attached. That's what I'm guessing. Now, if I look at, let's look at a YouTube video here real quick, and let's see if anybody's already done this. I don't really want to do this, but I do want to get the video moving along because I have other projects this week and next week, and I can't spend too much time on this. Now, it's just my own internal clock wanting to get this buttoned up. There's no customer waiting for it. But you know I'm reaching a point where essentially I have to do something I don't want to do just so we can keep the video moving forward. So let me just type in, I guess it's a 011 with Hydroshift, and see if, I'm sure content creators have already done this. This is not brand new, like just released equipment. There's videos on the Hydroshift. There's videos on the regular Lian the regular case. I don't know that that's the compact version. Let me just skip through this here from a content creator called PC Crazy. Let's take a look at what they did. Now theirs is all black, but otherwise it looks pretty much the same. And they don't show the cooler going in for some reason. It's already in. Let me back this up a little bit here. Fast forward through just to the cheat here. I'm going to cheat a little bit. This is a different case. Yeah, he's got the hoses running over the RAM. That's not. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Why did he do that? Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, he attached it, in my opinion, incorrectly. So I don't want to do that. Let's take another look at another one. Same guy, only now he's using a white version. You know what? I don't think this is the compact case. I think he's using the regular Lian Li case, and we want the Vision compact case. Put that in my search 011 or 011 compact. There's a lot of content creators that have used this cooler. Let's see. Looks like somebody called TechSource has this, and they're building something very similar. Okay. Yeah, he has taken the fans off. He doesn't show he's taken them. He is separating. Oh, wait a minute. He's figuring it out the same way I was. He's looking at putting the fans on one side of the bracket or the other, but the bracket is installed into the case just the way we have it. Oh, and he just dropped his fans. I like this guy. He keeps his mistakes in there. I like to see that. Let's keep fast forwarding here. Okay, he's got all the brackets off entirely, off of the hoses. Okay. Well, that kind of negates one of the points of the Hydroshift cooler, is removing all of the clamps and shrouds so that it... Wow, that just barely, that water block just barely fits through the hole. So I'm looking at TechSource. He's got a video called I'm Bored, so I built another dream gaming PC featuring the 011 Vision Compact. This looks like a great video. It's 22 minutes long, and he's built the whole computer while I'm still trying to figure out how to put the cooler in. But he's all edited. You know, we could edit this down to 20 minutes too. But that does indicate the fans do have to come off, and then the radiator goes in without any of the clamps on here. So yeah, I think I've got a way forward now. I didn't want to have to cheat. I really didn't want to. So disappointed in myself. But, you know, you got to know. You got to know when it's time to work a little smarter and not work as hard. That I have reached that point. You can hit the stopwatch if you're wondering how long that takes before I change my mind. So we have two brackets here holding this on. I don't know how well you can see. There's a bracket up on top, which doesn't really look like it's hurting anything. But I'm just mimicking what I saw in his video, which is he has removed, and again, we can put these back on if we want to. He's removed both of these brackets for some reason. I don't know why you'd have to. It seems to me these brackets could stay on here. You know what? I think I'm going to leave the brackets on. I don't know why he removed them. So I'm not going to follow what he did either. I'm going to kind of do a hybrid of the two. Again, this has to make sense to me. Now, we might find out why later on. But for now, I think these metal brackets that support the hoses, I think they can stay. And then I need to remove these little rubber covers from the fans, and we do need to take the fans out. So what I'll do right now is remove these. Like I say, it's not hard work. It's a lot of repetition. It's a lot of the same thing over and over. So you've got 4 screws with 4 covers on 3 fans for a total of 12 covers and 12 screws that we have to turn around, put on the other side, and refix 12 screws and 12 covers. But it's part of the job. You know, not everything requires concentration and focus. I could probably do this while juggling with my other hand. It's a very thoughtless process, which is why it doesn't really excite me to do it. Especially if I'm not confident that I'm not going to have to turn around and put it all back the way it was. But now I am. Now I'm pretty well convinced these are going to have to come out. I feel better about it. And I'm glad I have an electric driver to remove all 12 screws so that I don't end up with, you know, carpal tunnel syndrome. And let's see how we're doing here. Missed one. One little cover right here, right in front of me. Didn't see it. Okay, there's our fans. Now what's neat is you don't see any wires, right? Because that attaches magnetically. And I don't want to drop that because I've left all the screws in there, which I was debating. Should I take those screws out? I'm just going to put them back in again. Now in theory, at least if we follow from what the other gentleman did, set that down and we're going to take this bracket back out. In theory, this radiator should fit in here with the hoses towards the top. Yeah, I mean, it's just a very, very tight fit. It does seem like the bracket's just a little narrow. I can hear the paint scraping off of it. You can see the angle here, right? And the reason this is happening is this is about 1 millimeter too thin, and it may require a little finessing and maybe a little brute force. It's awfully close, and it may be just because one side is in, you know, that if we don't set both sides in at the same time. But I can see the metal starting to bend. If you look carefully here, it's starting to Y out. As the further I push this down, the more it's bowing. And I don't know why this side is going in first if I'm doing that. Ooh, that does not feel right. Oh, that is really bowing out bad. We're dealing with parts this expensive. Like, I can't get that to seat. And look at the Y shape. Look at the Y shape on the bracket here. See how this is bowed out sideways? Or maybe it'll help if you look at it this way. That radiator's too big to go in. Now that's not to say, drop that mouse again. That's not to say that we can't force it in, but I really thought this was a plug-and-play solution, and I couldn't have been more wrong. These are parts that don't intend to go together, and you know, we are scraping the heck out of the sides of the cooler and on the paint on the inside of this bracket. Ooh, that is not good. I don't don't like that one bit. Oh gosh, this makes me cringe to have such a nice pieces of equipment here that you'd think would just fit together so easily. There's nothing inside of the bracket. The Lian cooler is completely smooth. There's nothing for anything to catch on. There's nothing sticking out. And this is where editing, you know, where you can cut out this critical information, and then you're misleading your viewers who then perhaps buy these parts and wondering why their experience is different than yours and why your video doesn't, you know, talk about this particular issue. Now, assuming we could get the radiator to fit in there, which is what this other video showed, then these hoses go in and then through, right? And then the fans would mount on this side with the hoses on top, right? And then this whole piece could slide in and we'd be good to go. But I don't know that that's going to fit. It may be that the marketing photos for this case show the Galahad cooler because that's the cooler that we're supposed to use. And as nice as the Hydroshift is really meant to either go on the top or to not be used in this case. Somehow they made it work, but they don't really show us that. Like, they didn't make a point of saying, at least from what I saw in the video, that this part doesn't quite fit. Let me go look at the video again. Maybe I've skipped over it, but I didn't see any particular attention drawn to the fitment and how tight that is, and that it had to be manipulated. Because information like that are the reason why I make videos. It sure would be nice if people would include that, but there are other videos to look at. He's not the only one who's done this. So let me take another look at what he did. Because I don't really think he shows the cooler going into the bracket. It's just magically in there. That's a big warning sign. He's taking the fans off. Hold on, let me see him seat that radiator in there. Oh, he's got a different radiator than us. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. How many versions of the Hydroshift do they make? His radiator is thinner. And supposedly this is a Hydroshift radiator he's using. So I wonder, when I was purchasing this, that I didn't buy a wider. Here's what I think is happening. I think I just figured it out. And again, this is the kind of stuff that I feel like gives my channel more value than others. If I was the viewer, this is what I'd want to see. What is different? Well, what I just noticed, and again, you got to pay attention to the details, but this radiator has chrome ends on it. You guys see that? It's beautiful chrome. But if you look on the side, the chrome is not a piece of the radiator. It's a decorative attachment, and it's making the radiator too wide to fit in the bracket. And if we look, normally you only have screws on a radiator where the fans go or where the radiator would affix to the case, meaning you'd have fans on this side or on the other side. You don't normally have screws along this side. But because of this decorative chrome piece that says Lian Li on it, we've got that, oddly enough, on this side. Whoops, I'm going to keep knocking this mouse over, I swear. On this side, why is nobody talking about this, by the way? There's just holes, right, for the brackets, the clamps that you can optionally use for the hoses. But on this side, we have a decorative piece. Now, does the manual tell us you might have to remove it? I don't know. I didn't read the manual. I don't much care. I've never seen a cooler where they did this before. Now, obviously, if your cooler is mounted up, obviously your hoses would face down, then you would see this across the top of your case and it would be quite lovely. this nice chrome accented piece. But that makes the radiator thicker so that it won't fit into the Lian Li bracket. In a way, the Hydroshift cooler is more difficult to install because they pre-installed everything at the factory, presuming a top-mounted position. And that confused me because I thought it was pre-mounted from the factory to be in a universal installed position, or at least 75–80% of the time, and then just under odd circumstances would you have to change this. Otherwise, why would they do that at the factory? It just adds confusion. If I would have taken this radiator out of the box and this piece was not attached but was included if you wanted to attach it optionally, if the fans were not attached to the radiator so that you could pick which side, if the hoses weren't already bent to one side with covers on them, I would have had to discover what I needed for my case on my own instead of incorrectly assuming that Lian Li did all that work for me. In fact, they made my job harder, at least with this combination of parts. So this was the exact opposite of what I thought was going to happen. Now, if I remove this decorative chrome cover, I want you to see how thick it is. There's one screw here, and I can tell you right now, that's what's keeping us from installing this radiator. That's about the width that is bowing out, just by about 1.5 millimeters. It's that close. So by removing those two screws, we now have this metal plate. It almost looks like a ruler. Now bring this up to the camera and show it to you, because I've never seen a radiator ever that had a decorative chrome attachment piece. That is the first for me. Why aren't other YouTube channels talking about this? Or are they? And I haven't watched them, I don't know. But that right there is going to affect your fit on certain cases. And this should be very clearly optional. Maybe a piece of tape on this that you have to remove that says, something that says, may not fit certain case, including Lian Li cases, keeping this on. I think that's been the struggle the whole time. Well, that and trying to figure out which side the fans go on. So we have to undo everything the factory did, literally everything, just to put it back the way it would have been originally if it was any other cooler from any other manufacturer, where everything is separated out of the box and you wouldn't have this chrome piece, which, by the way, I don't mind it. Like if we were mounting the radiator up top, that's a nice visual piece if your case glass is low enough and your radiator hangs low enough that you could see it. In my experience, most cases, this would be hidden. You'd see the fans. Most often, the fans are hidden too. Remember I mentioned you have to kind of look up to see the RGB? How are you ever going to see this decorative piece? This is adding to your cost for something you likely would never see. And it's been the crux of the whole problem this whole time. Now, wasn't that more satisfying than just reading a manual? That's all. It was for me. I think I need to go smoke a cigarette now. I already know that's going to fit, and I haven't even tried it yet. That feels good. Yeah. Extra bling? Yeah, Phil, that's exactly what it is, extra bling. Now watch. I bet you this goes right in here now. Remember I said if you're struggling, you're doing something wrong, that just fit right in there perfectly. Perfectly. Look at that. That's beautiful. No struggle, no extra effort. And it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to demonstrate it, right? We learn together. Now, if we put the fans on the other side of this, and I'm trying to do this without knocking things over on my desk. It's easy. It's really simple. What threw me off was everything being pre-installed for a top mount position. And I really wish Lian Li made it clear on the box that unless you're mounting this in a top mount position, and in some cases even then you're still going to have to change it, but it sure would have been nice if they would have left it alone. Give me the fans separate, give me the radiator separate, give me that decorative piece separate, and let me decide what to attach. because I'm doing that anyway, but you've added, when I say you, I mean Lian Lee, has forced me to dismantle it first, instead of arriving in the box pre-dismantled, which is standard for the industry. Now the next question I have is, where do I want my power connector to go? Do I want it to go up on the top, or do I want it to go on the bottom? So depending on two factors here. One is it doesn't really make much of a difference because I can just simply remove the plug off one side or the other. But if I want to use the plug that's already missing, then I want to think about, do I want to run my power cable down to the bottom, depending on where our fan controller is, or up at the top? I don't really think it makes any difference here. Once again, we can look and see how other people did it, but I don't think there's a right or wrong. It's a personal preference, and where I think it's going to be hidden best. Remember, the fans are going to be exposed on the glass side, so if we run the cable off the top, I think the eye will be more likely to see it than if we run the cable down from the bottom, where these fans might cover it up. So I think, yeah, I think that's the way we're going to want it, is with the connector. We'll hook up the power at the bottom. That'll be more visually pleasing. And then it's just a matter of making sure the radiator is aligned properly. Now, we can slide the radiator back and forth, but not if we tighten the screws down. So we want to start this process a little gentler, a little more gently. I'm not going to use the power driver on this because I just want to get them started. And the radiators are made of a soft metal, which are very easy to strip out. So you definitely don't want to over tighten, because you don't want to strip the screws out. And you do want to be able to slide the fans back and forth to figure out where the best position is. So let me just get these started. And I have to pick the radiator up on this side. This box is kind of blocking your view here, but what's happening is the weight of the radiator is causing it to droop here. And this is on any radiator, when you have to mount the fans sandwiched between a bracket, it's a little more complicated, where this bracket normally stays attached to the case, and I have to bring the case down, and you've seen me do that in other videos. I like that the bracket comes off so we can bring the bracket to us. It's still kind of a messy way to install, but it's cleaner than the alternative, where the bracket wouldn't come out. Now, once I get the screw started, it should hold that radiator in place for us, as long as we get it aligned. And again, we don't want to tighten these down. We want to keep them started so they don't fall out, but also loose so we can slide the fans up and down, just like we slid the fans back and forth at the bottom of the case. There's no real right or wrong here. It's a visual aesthetic, that whatever is most pleasing to the builder. Once we tighten the screws down, once we've decided on a location, you know, a vertical location, then we can cover the screws back up. And that's what the covers are for, so that you won't see these black screws from, you know, this is right in your line of visual. This is where you're going to be drawing your eye. This is all going to be lit up. And hopefully I did not over tighten these. Yeah, you can see what's happening is the radiator itself has fixed holes. So when we're moving the fans, we're moving the entire radiator. And you need to keep in mind the radiator can't extend past the bracket, or what's going to happen is you're going to hit the bottom of the case. So I think our decision on where these fans go is decided based on where the radiator, how far the radiator can go. And that appears to be about it. So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to tighten all the screws down because I'm not 100% certain. And once again, do not over tighten these screws. You're still going into a rubber grommet for anti-vibration, and you're going into a very soft metal into your radiator that you could strip out. So you got double the reason not to over tighten. You want them to be snug, and don't take it any further than that. Now I can safely pick the unit up without worrying about the radiator or the fans falling out. That other guy, it's happened to us all, man. I'm not making fun of him. It's just like Murphy's Law. I had to see that coming. After you've been building as long as I have, you have to know that's coming. So by securing it first, then we can try and fit this in here. It'll go this way, right? Because we're looking, you guys got the back of it. And I need to get this fan power cord out of my way. And then we're going to slide that in. just like that, maybe. Okay, so let me show you what's happening now. And the reason why I didn't tighten the screws down. The radiator needs to be, I made the bottom of the radiator flush with the bracket, but it appears it's the top that needs to, if it's not flush with the bracket, I've got to bring it down lower because the top of the radiator is hitting the top of the case, preventing us from installing. So all I have to do, because I only tightened 2 of the screws, is just loosen those 2 screws so I can continue to slide the radiator and then try and dry fit it one more time and verify before I tighten the other 10 screws down, right? I'm trying to avoid repeating the same work or having to undo all my work over and over again. That's what drives me crazy. So I believe it was these 2 here that I had tightened. And we just need to bring, did I tighten these 2 too? Just the ones on the ends? Yeah, I did. Okay. One more time, let's go. Still too tight. Loose, 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 loose. What am I doing? That should be good. See, I'm completely flush with the bottom, but the top is just sticking out a little bit there. And what we need to do is bring this entire bracket Why is it not moving? That usually indicates I've got a tightened screw somewhere that I'm not seeing. So make them all extra loose. But not so loose that they fall out. See, they don't have to be that tight. They really do their job here. Getting a little bit of motion out of it. What is our sticking point here? It was moving more than this before, so there's something I'm... Oh, there it goes. Oh, that's as high up as it'll go. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, I guess the adjustment's real easy then. You just take this bracket as far as it goes to the top, and then we can secure... I'm just going to secure the top fan screws. I think it's not going to slide around based on what I just felt. It was pretty tight, so... In theory now, it's on me to get this to fit because that top does stick out a little bit and the bottom still feels like I haven't moved it, like it feels that's where I had it before. So it may just be that it's a tight fit. There we go, goes in there. Yeah, so we're hitting the very top, which may just require me to be a little less kind. Push down, put some downward pressure, get past that sticking point. See how it won't come out now because it's just like a 1/4 of a millimeter too thick. It's very close. But when we push that forward, it should lock in. We have to take it back out to tighten the screws, but I'm leaving the screws loose for this reason. We've got to figure out how these hoses get around this door. I'm going to guess this door just lifts off. It does. That explains that. And then the hoses can go in these little cutouts here. Just so you can see. And then the door just slides on like any other case door that has a, you know, even the old Cosmos 2 build I did 10, 12 years ago has panels that go on just like this does internally. Yeah. And then when we turn around and look the other way from the front, once again, I'm trying not to knock all my screws off the desk. That is what it's going to look like. Finally, it makes sense now. So we don't need these hose clamps on this build. We don't need these shrouds, which we already knew kind of getting, that was going to go in the back anyway. We don't need to change the direction of the hoses. They're fine in the direction they were set, but we do have to remove the fans, move them to the other side. The positioning of the bracket being forward instead of in the outside, even though it goes in either way. Now we know that that internal bracket that we're attaching to gets sandwiched between the fan and the radiator. And we do know that this decorative piece was not a piece of the radiator, which I hadn't realized. I thought this was like a sticker. I didn't realize that was a full piece of like aluminum. That's a pretty nice piece of metal, and I'm sure that added to the price of this cooler. In fact, the clamps and all the other things we're not using for this build suggests to me, if you were going to do this build, maybe the Galahad cooler is a better way to go. Otherwise, just understand that you're probably spending $20 or $30 on parts you won't be able to use. If you insist on using the Hydroshift cooler, you're going to be leaving a lot of extra parts you paid for in the box, like this. And if you know that's what the price is you pay, at least you'll go into it knowing that, because I sure as heck didn't. And that's why we learned together. Now, once we build it, obviously we have this knowledge going forward if we're going to use another Hydroshift cooler, to know that there's a decorative piece on here. I've just never seen that before. Those clamps and those shrouds, I've never seen that before, but I didn't think that was that big of a deal regardless. And the orientation of the cooler being able to be installed vertically or horizontally with an equally attractive look for cases that aren't as kind or thoughtful as this case is, where they're going to expose the radiator. Most cases don't, but at least having this decorative piece that goes on the radiator makes that more attractive. I don't know how many regular, normal folks would pay attention to that. But this is clearly a piece by enthusiasts. And it's those little details that the enthusiasts love. And it's these little details that drive the rest of us crazy when they're preventing something which is normally a 5-minute obvious thing to become an hour-long process of trying to figure out what's different. And without any sort of heads up about it, right, without me preparing for this video, this is something I had to figure out in my own way. And by looking at the comments in the chat, I didn't notice anybody telling me this piece was on here. So I guess nobody knew it either. Or I didn't see your comment, in which case I apologize if you got there before me. But regardless, we're all here together now, and that's the important thing. Let me go back to my channel here. The chat room, my studio crashed, so I haven't been able to see what's going on here. Now, Carlos wants to know, will the pump fit through the grommet? Well, the TechSource video did show him doing that, and it barely fit. The reason I haven't done it right now is I need to pull the radiator back out. Wait, can I tighten the fans in just the way it is? Oh, I guess I don't have to take it back out. I guess we could do it now. With the idea being that, you know, we have a pretty large pump here, but we also have a pretty large grommet. So if we, there's another reason I really don't want to do this right now, and that's I don't want the water pump banging up against the motherboard as we're moving it around, but we can fit it through just to make sure it fits. But I saw him do it in the video, so he's got the same pump. I don't know which way to show this to you, but basically I have no doubt that's going to fit. We're just going to come through here. Bearing in mind that, you know, this rubber piece here, just like any other case that has a grommet, it just kind of runs along, it's got a little seam in it that runs along the inside of the case that locks it in place. And when you're putting something big and wide through it, you're likely going to detach it from the case momentarily, which is normal. It's nothing to freak out about. And then some of the plastic here, it's still pretty well attached to each other from like factory settings. It's almost like breaking apart. Remember model cars would have the big sheet of plastic and you break the parts off of the big sheet? Kind of like that, where these are attached. And as we push this through, it's kind of splitting them apart. This is almost like giving birth to a water pump at this point. Once we get that with the hoses through, it's just a simple matter then of rotating it. We've got all our cables. These will go on the, obviously on the other side. And we have a lot of hose here. And you can see the entire grommet has come off. But again, that's just going to line right back up and fit into the seam. And then how you want to orient the pump. I don't know if we get choices or if it has to go on a certain way. It would seem to me we'd want the hoses facing up for the best look. And then this piece will sit back in here. I don't want to spend too much time putting that back on because I don't like this sitting out front where it can bang against the board. At least not until we're ready. But yeah, that's all this is here. And it's very stretchy, so it's very easy to get it around the pump. You don't have to be real careful with it, other than you don't want to tear it. But I'm not using that much force on it. But this is something that dropping screws. Where did these screws go? Was it over here? Why was there a screw on there? Anyway, yeah, that's not a problem. That's very malleable. And you just want to make sure when you're putting this on, you don't forget to, you know, if I leave the grommet off, for example, and then I wire this all up and realize I have to take it all back apart to get the grommet on. So that's, it's just like putting one of the plastic hoods on an RJ45 cable and you forgot to put the plastic hood on before you crimp the end, and now you got to cut the end off and do it all over again. But without the grommet on there, this fits through very easily. It is a matter of just trying not to fight the cables. Once again, you can use brute force. I don't suggest that you do that. Just try and find a way that the case doesn't fight you so much, or you're not fighting with the hoses to twist and bend them. Well, you might be successful in the end. It's pretty hard on the equipment. So you conform to the equipment. It's just a one-time thing you have to do. And in this piece, can go back on however it was, which was something like this. Trying to remember how this was on here. It's got to go this way, doesn't it? Everything's backwards. I have to tell you, this was a bit more involved than I expected it to be. I really thought, and I can't emphasize this enough, I was under the impression that we could just pull that radiator out and pop it in there. I didn't expect it to turn into all this. But that's what familiarity is about, right? Getting to know the parts and the equipment, and then being able to, you know, share this experience together. Now, I don't know what your expectations were, but mine certainly were that one of the benefits of paying this much for the cooler was that it's made by the same case manufacturer and it's highly regarded and it looks cool, but it was also expensive. And I thought, as justifying part of that expense, that it'll be super easy to install. But it turns out it was actually harder to install because of the having to dismantle it when they normally a pump arrives already dismantled. So we had to do a little extra work. Wasn't expecting that. Did not see that coming. And once again, this is just a piece of rubber that fits over these little tabs, and we'll lock that in place no differently. Just because we've taken it out, we haven't really changed anything in that regard to fitment or the seal. Like it's, I think there's one edge there I'm missing. Maybe not. This side here looks like it needs to go on a little differently. It just pushes on. That's all there is. It's pretty simple. Simple piece of rubber. And again, we're probably going to pop that off when we put the pump on for the final bit. But now I know I can go ahead and tighten these screws down and put these covers in. Dennis wants to know if this would fit on the side of the bracket. In other words, here or here. The bracket fits in there really, really tight. And you'll notice these holes that I was pointing out here, right? And I guess maybe you're wondering, could you put the bracket on this way? But the problem is, first of all, look at the length of the bracket. Maybe you can't really see it the way I can. But the bracket is actually longer for some reason. See the top of the bracket? See how far that sticks out? I'll just keep rotating this until you guys can see what I'm seeing here. Also, the holes don't line up, and there wouldn't be anything to secure it to. It's an interesting idea, but so far as I can tell, the answer to the question is no. That'd be kind of neat if it did, though, just to add that little bit of glam. But remember, we had some plastic over this. There's a piece of plastic that fits over the switch, and I do believe there's another piece of plastic. If we go back and look at the photos, I don't think you would see this leading edge when the plastic is put in. I don't think the window goes to this. Let's pull a photo back up and take another look. I mean, could you get some double-sided sticky tape and just tape it on there? I don't think you'd see it. Take another look at the case. Maybe you would. I'm looking at the case, and you know, one of the things I was eyeing was where these holes were here, these holes, and you can clearly see them. So maybe you could get some double-sided sticky tape, because where the holes are to secure this decorative piece do not align. Neither hole aligns. Either direction, they don't align. That's a neat idea, though. And then the question is, would the words face me or would the words go away from me? That is a really neat idea. I like the way you think. Because we are going to have a big piece of glass here, and it will cover those unsightly holes. And they do make some really thin double-sided tape. It doesn't have to be that foamy stuff. Just a piece of tape underneath where the screws would normally go. And people probably wouldn't even notice the screws were missing. I bet you could make that happen. Good idea. And then I'll do it and find out screwed something up. Oh, now I know why you can't do that. No, I think that would work. I don't know how long it would stay sticky, though. Like in 5 or 6 years on a 10-year build, would it just fall off? I don't know. Great question. Phil Stott said he's more of a drill and tap kind of guy. You don't want to be drilling into your radiator, man. Nope. You'll only do it once. That comment about the chrome bracket, wondering if the chrome strip would fit on the bracket, that was from Dennis Hill in the chat room. Bill wants to know if air cooling is cheaper than a pump. You know, Noctua makes a $120 DH15 air cooler, and Arctic makes a $59 liquid cooler. These are not equal things. One is not automatically better than the other. In other words, air cooling is not automatically better than liquid cooling, and liquid cooling, likewise, is not automatically better than air cooling. Much like any other product, there are different levels of each product type, whether it's air or liquid. And then amongst those categories, there are different levels of size and pump capacity that will affect flow rates as well as airflow rates on certain radiators. And the quality of materials used is usually reflective in the price. Typically, people go with liquid cooling if they're overclocking or they're looking for a particular design, an aesthetic. People will go with air cooling if you just want to do it once and be done with it, right? Because air cooling will last the life of the computer. The worst case scenario is you have to replace a fan. They're usually pretty standard fans. All-in-one liquid cooling, the pumps, they last longer now than they used to, but you know, you get about 5 or 8 years maybe out of a good expensive one, but they will have to be replaced. Plus, in addition, you still use fans just like an air cooler, and those fans may have to be replaced just through wear and tear. But equipment made today is made so much better, and I don't know how long you're going to keep the computer. Some people say they like a liquid cooler because it's quieter, but usually liquid coolers are a little louder because they have more fans, right? This liquid cooler has 3 fans, so a regular like Scythe Mugen 6 would be a single or dual fan. That's still one less fan. It's still rotating and making the same amount of noise. I mean, the same, pretty much the same RPMs. A Scythe cooler will set you back $50, but you can also buy a liquid cooler for $50. At the end of the day, it's really about your preferences. It's not necessarily about your budget. Some cases, a liquid cooler that's $50 may not perform well against a $700 CPU. So it's important that if you are going to spend a lot of money for your CPU, don't cheap out on your cooler, don't cheap out on your motherboard, don't cheap out on your case. You're sort of defining your whole system based on what CPU you're picking and on what motherboard you're picking. And the minute you set that level, you should make sure everything else is on level with that as what you're building around, your foundation. So if I was building a budget computer trying to put together the cheapest system I could, I wouldn't be putting a liquid cooler on it, period. Nor would one be necessary for cooling. Whatever money that I would spend for that liquid cooler, in my opinion, should have been spent on a better processor or a better motherboard. Then that would justify the need for the liquid cooler, which you could no longer afford because you just dumped it into something that runs hotter. At some point, you've got to find the balance that fits your budget and your aesthetic expectation. Some people don't care what it looks like. Other people, they don't care what it runs like as long as it looks good. I don't know which of those people you are, but either way, it's often dictated through budget. There's what we want and there's what we can have. There's a lot I want versus what I can have. And sometimes the budget answers your question for you, right? It'll say, you can't afford that, therefore that question doesn't apply. Like, what's the best video card I could buy? Well, I don't know, how much money do you have? You're going to answer your own question right there. If you want to know the best video card you can get for that amount of money, well, that's an easy thing for you to Google. You don't have to ask me that. If money is no object, talk to me about building it for you, because that makes my job a lot easier if I can just spend willy-nilly. To spend money to solve problems instead of actually having to be creative and think it through. I could just throw money at it. I mean, I don't think that's fun, but it's amusing to me because nobody ever hires me and says, here's an open checkbook. It has happened. Let me rephrase, it has happened, but it's pretty rare. Most of the time we have a fixed budget to work within, and we have to make some sacrifices somewhere. And it just depends on the owner of the machine. What's their value system? What's important to them? The looks, the performance, upgradability. How long is the system going to last? Are we cutting corners here where we're going to have to be replacing or constantly working on this thing every couple of years? They might be okay with that. On the other hand, they might not. Some people are just worried about, just get me through today. And they don't look any further than that. We'll worry about tomorrow. I try and think of the recent future, right? What's coming around the corner? What's coming in 2025? I try not to worry about too much beyond like 2026. That's too far ahead in my opinion. A lot can change that we don't see coming, negating any plans we made 12 or 15 months earlier. Somebody might say, you know, I'm thinking of building a computer and I have this budget when I get my taxes in April. Can you give me a parts list? Ask me in April, because I don't know what parts and prices are going to be in April. What I tell you today likely won't apply. Some of the parts may not even be available anymore. Now, for me to get to this one screw, I just realized these fans are blocking my ability to hit these two bottom screws here. So I'm glad I haven't secured this in place yet. So I'm going to take this back out. And I'm going to have to lift up on the case, on the lid here to get this. This is such a tight fit with this radiator. But at least I know it's not me at this point. I mean, I've verified if I push down on this, while I lift up on this, it should come out. I really don't want to do this any more than I absolutely have to, because that makes me very uncomfortable to put that much force on these parts. Just a little bit off. Wow. That is something. Push down. Ooh, it's hitting something. You know what? I've changed my mind. It makes me so uncomfortable to do that. I think it'll just be easier for me to take the front fans out real quick, just so I can get to these two fan screws here. The front fans are secured, I think, just by the two screws here. So if I take this screw out, just trying to work smarter, man. Take that one out. And then we will just lift this out. And now I can access those screws. That was way easier. One of the things I really like about this field is how we each go about resolving an issue could be very, very different. And one may be more optimal, right? I might do things the hard way, or maybe not. But as long as we get to the same result, right? Resolving whatever the issue is, how we choose to get there doesn't matter. If I say I want to meet you at this restaurant, you take your car and I'll take my car, and we're both going to leave from the same place and we're all going to go to the same place, you might choose an entirely different route than me. And you might get there before me, or you might get there after me, but I promise you, it's not going to be much time difference one way or the other. So before I do anything else, I guess I can put these little plastic covers back on the exposed screws there on the front of the fans. And why that's so appealing to me is it enables me to come up with my own solutions. I don't have to copy anybody else. And if I do, it's just by coincidence, or it's so common sense. It's almost like history is common knowledge, right? I'm not coming up with the idea of when Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. I know for a fact when it was, and we all agree on that. But when it comes to problem solving, being able to be an individual, to come up with my own solutions, even if they only make sense to me, that's the only person, apart from the customer, that I have to please, right? So if my solutions are taking too long and I can't make enough money to sustain a business, that obviously isn't sustainable. If I work in a corporate environment, I'm told what the policies and procedures are, and I will follow them, and I will be measured against other employees and how long it takes, because we're all doing the same thing. And it doesn't require a whole lot of thinking. You just kind of become a machine, kind of a robot. Some people like that. Some people are like, hey, I like that I go to work and I don't have to think. That would make me not want to go to work, me personally. And so that's one of the things that draws me into this career, is the individual creativity that one can come up with without necessarily having to be told how to do it, and then being told you did it wrong. Like at the end of the day, what matters is the end result, and whether or not that end result arrived in a time that is okay with the customer and okay with your business. That, you know, if you work too slowly, you just won't make enough money to pay the bills. That's a problem that solves itself. Or if you work too slowly where the customers won't come back again, then that's a problem that solves itself if you can't get more customers. And the way you know it's working is the fact that you're able to stay in business and you're able to pay your bills. That's why I don't need anybody in the chat room to criticize, because they're not responsible to keeping my customers happy or returning for business. They're not responsible for the bill collection, and they're not responsible for the payment of all of the expenses it takes to run the business. And without having that understanding, it's very easy to overly and simplistically look at it from a hobbyist perspective and say, well, you know, why don't you just get your parts, get the cooler from one manufacturer, get these fans, you know, shop around for the cheapest price like PC Part Picker, and then good luck collecting all your receipts together and organizing them for support later, for tax purposes later, or worrying that, you know, one part arrived in a day, but the other parts aren't going to arrive for a week. And now you've got a problem and you've got to return it, and one person has a free return policy, but the other one, maybe they have a 20% restocking fee. They take their time getting back to you. Give me one seller, ideally, one receipt, and it makes supporting other people and running a business much less expensive than shopping around for the cheapest prices like you're a home user. And when home users act like they're smarter because they would do it this way, they're not, they don't have a business mindset. And they're so overly simplifying the complexity that's involved that they're basically shouting from the rooftop, I'm completely ignorant on running a business. And I wonder what's going through their minds that they would want to announce that to the world. And I'll try and gently remind them, I'm running a business. Now, while this computer itself is not going to any customer yet, it absolutely gets built to the same standard regardless. The only difference is I don't have any pressure on me to get it done. Like, I don't have a customer going, I need this on Friday. If I did, my whole attitude at this build would have been different, and maybe I wouldn't even have selected these parts because of my lack of familiarity. I wouldn't be selling a system to a customer I'm held accountable for that I don't have experience with, turning my customer into a guinea pig. And if my customer knew enough that they wanted specific parts, then they don't need to hire me. They can hire a high school kid to put that together for them. And then the customer can deal with the warranty issues and problems and support that come along. That's what I offer would be of no benefit to a customer like that. So in that case, I just tell the customer, you know, we're not a good fit. No harm, no foul. Now, for most of my customers, they give me a budget and they need the computers to do a certain task, and they rely on me to do that research for them to determine what's the best value, what's going to last the longest, be the most reliable. They don't want to experiment. They don't want to overpay, and they don't want to have a system that's unreliable that costs them more in lost revenues. And I don't want to lose revenue in warranties that I have to do at my cost. Not to mention, customers never happy if the system goes down. In warranty or out, doesn't matter. They're already inconvenienced. And if that system's being used in a business, that business is handicapped at that point until that system's up and running. But the business still has to pay their employee regardless, not the employee's fault. And the customers, they're going to be pissed off if, you know, tell them you got to wait. So there are real consequences in the business line that don't exist in the hobbyist world. And that doesn't make it superior, and that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm saying it's different, and it requires some consideration when you're wondering why a lot of the YouTube channels that you watch can do whatever the heck they want to do and give you advice based on a home user's attitude. And most people watching the videos are home users. But one thing I've learned is if a home user operates their home like a business, because effectively you are a business, you've got income coming in from whatever your income source is, and you've got payables that go out, whether it's electricity, utilities, food, gas, insurance, whatever it is. That is a business. Your refusal to treat it like one is your choice. But what's good for business in the operations and the way they make purchase decisions is good for every home user on this planet. The only difference is attitude. When you're not held accountable, when you make a bad decision and you're the only one who suffers, or you're the boss of the business and you can just tell your family or your employees, too bad if you don't like it, go out and do it yourself. You can't do that to a boss, and you can't do that to a customer. And so businesses make decisions where they're not overspending budget based on what their income is, right? That affects profit. Without profit, there's little motivation to go to work. And if you don't take care of your customers, there's little motivation for your customers to continue to give you their business. And if you run your home like that, if you purchase things with a certain budget in mind, and you don't overspend on gluttonous purchases, which businesses typically don't do unless it's marketing purposes. And I don't think you need any marketing for a home person, but nonetheless, it's always good sense for a home consumer to take on a business attitude, including the importance and regular backups, the type of equipment you're buying and not cutting corners, because it will cost you more in both time and money, which, whether you realize it or not, is affecting how you're investing your time and what you're getting in return for that time. I think I can put this little door back on. So here's the point now where I've got to make a decision that if we continue this, we're going to be here probably another 2 hours, because I got blindsided again from my expectations being very different from reality based on, well, quite frankly, a lack of information regarding these details that I had to figure out on my own. But even if the information's out there, as I mentioned, I didn't really study this. So it was not, what's the word I'm looking for? It wasn't conspicuous, obvious. There weren't warning labels. It wasn't people going, hey, 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 before you buy this, you should know, right? And that's okay. It's not really how I thought it was going to go. I thought this was going to be much easier than it turned out to be. It wasn't difficult. It was just harder than I thought. I wasn't ready for that. So right now, we got our fans finally fixed in position. I've got the thumb screw placed back into that bracket, this bracket here that holds this up. That's what that thumb screw was. I put the door back on with the hoses routed. And then, let's see, we've got our power supply installed. What do we have left? I'm not worried about the little power extension RGB cable. That can go on at the end. We have power cables to hook up and route. And we have the fan controller and pump to hook up. And of course the pump to install. But we've already gone 3 hours on today's broadcast. And I really thought we'd be in the final steps in 3 hours. But that's how it goes. And I have to tell you, when this happens to a customer, when you have to go on site and you don't have the right tool, or you find out you need a part you have to order, and you have to leave that customer's place because you have to pick it up another day, a customer could be an hour drive away. That's not uncommon. And you have to tell the customer, look, I have to go back and get a part. There's no way I can go back and forth and be here before you close. Or, I need to eat at some point, and the customer isn't going to be too thrilled that you can't finish what you started today. That sucks when that happens. What I do a lot of times is I will go pick a computer up from a client and bring it back here and let them know I need 2 or 3 days on average. That way, if there's any tools, anything I need, I already have a lot of it here. If I have to order something, I can jump right on Amazon, get it ordered right now, possibly get the part tomorrow. So from a customer's perspective, they're not breathing down the back of my neck watching me work. And, if I get a phone call or something, I can take it, which you wouldn't want to do in front of a customer. But when you're dealing with businesses, you have to go to the business. And what I'll often do if I have a computer that requires a return trip, I'll just take the computer with me. I'll say, you know what? It doesn't make any sense to leave the computer here. I might as well take it. Typically, the businesses that I service have spare computers that we can put in place temporarily, or they have a spare desk with a computer that employee can sit at tomorrow. But since I'm coming back anyway, let me go ahead and take the computer back with me. I can continue to work on it here in on my bench until 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't have the pressure of a customer watching me. I don't have to worry about what time they close. I have spare tools and parts here that might be everything I need to fix it. Or I can jump on Amazon knowing for a fact exactly what part I need, when I can expect it, and then later that evening, once I have everything figured out, okay, the part's supposed to arrive tomorrow, I'll put it in tomorrow afternoon, I'll deliver it tomorrow evening. Then at 2 o'clock in the morning, when I've got this all sorted, I can send an email to that client. And first thing in the morning when they come into work, there's your update. We'll have it done and delivered by tomorrow evening. And it's a much more confident way of proceeding forward with proper expectations. And that way your customer doesn't, oh, you need another day. Oh, now something else came up. There are a lot of techs, unfortunately, in this line of work, or there used to be, that would take a customer system and the customer would say, is it ready? Is it ready? And the tech's like, I need more time. I need more time. And in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, eventually the customer figures out, I'm never getting my computer back. Shouldn't have hired that guy on Craigslist, because he's not only not doing it, he's stolen it. And I've heard that story all too often. So again, the hobbyist, it's a great thing, but it's a very different set of pressure and rules than doing work for somebody else. And that's true of anything in life. If somebody's paying you to do something, you might mow your own lawn for free, okay? You're likely not going to complain to yourself that it took you too long, or it's not even, or wasn't done right. But if somebody's paying you to do the landscaping, you're held to a standard. And if you don't meet that standard, you'll either be asked to correct it at no additional cost, or they simply won't hire you again. So just things to keep in mind when you're watching a lot of content here on YouTube. It's made by enthusiasts. And without these pressures and without these expectations being held accountable, you can end up with a very different kind of a video, which isn't wrong, but it is different. And you should be able to recognize what you're watching. And for entertainment or for home use, nothing wrong with those enthusiast videos. If the shoe fits, wear it. But we do things differently when we are held responsible and accountable by a third party that enables us to pay our bills. We are highly motivated to make sure that everything we're doing matches that customer's expectation or exceeds it if we want to stay in business. Carlos wants to know, would our power supply affect the Wi-Fi, right? Because the Wi-Fi is here. Oh, those are loose. No, what affects the Wi-Fi, well, think about it this way. You have a radio. Somehow that radio is getting power. Does the power going into the radio affect the reception of the radio? I've never seen a situation where even a bedside clock radio ever got interference from the power. And I mean, it's this close on the inside if you take apart a radio where the power is to where the receivers are. So no, that won't affect it. What does affect the Wi-Fi is blocking the antennas. So if we were to affix antennas back here, right to the back of the case, and so the antennas were just kind of behind the computer, it's going to have a hard time getting the signal around the edges. And it's almost going to be impossible to get a signal through the computer. It's a pretty weak radio signal. And if it can make it through, it's going to be pretty well weak by the time it makes it through. So for that reason, a lot of times when you're buying a motherboard or even a Wi-Fi card that has antennas, they'll be on a separate stand, I hope. You've seen Wi-Fi cards like this one over here, just to give you an example. This is the one we took out on Monday's video. And the way the antenna is attached to the back of the card, right? So if that's sticking out of our computer, if we were to install this, we just put a giant shield in front of our antennas. They'll still work, but they won't work as well. So a lot of Wi-Fi cards and motherboards that have Wi-Fi will have a little base that the antennas sit on with a wire. And that way you can move the base on top of the computer or move it around, just like an old school TV antenna, to what gets you the strongest signal. So that way the power supply wouldn't be a factor in either case. If we look in the motherboard or go back to part one, and look at the antenna that came with this, or just pull up the product page for this motherboard, and likely the antenna is on a base that has a cable that then plugs in. And that way you can move the base away from the back of the machine for better signal performance. Whether or not it's the power supply, anything metal, right? We talk about many PCs that have the beautiful metal cases. They have terrible Wi-Fi and Bluetooth reception because the metal is a giant shield blocking. Maybe not blocking it 100%, but blocking it significantly to reduce its performance. So that's why you want to get the antennas away from the shield. On the other hand, depending on the router you've got and the distance, it may be fast enough even with the shield in its way. It's too many variables there. But whether or not it's a power supply, anything metal, right, that's blocking the signal is your concern, not the electricity. That's fine. But it's a fair question. I appreciate you asking that. Let me set that back where it was. Douglas says this was a very teaching show today. I really enjoyed it. Well, I'm glad my suffering was your enjoyment. No, I like it. I really was kind of thinking this case was so perfect, you know, that Lian Li was just really on board with what an amazing case manufacturer, you know, to have such thoughtful consideration, only to end up back at square one, which is the typical problem we see from these manufacturers, is they're not necessarily eating their own dog food. It sure would be nice if they would say, you know, you should use this case and this cooler together. You don't have to, but they fit together really nicely, and it would be nice if they really did. Like you could just plug it in, just as an option. You can always take it apart and use it in a different way, but if you want to make it simple, use this case with this cooler. Even include the power supply, you know? That would be so nice. It's almost like you go to a restaurant and they say that this meal pairs well with this wine. You don't have to drink the wine with that meal, and you don't have to have that wine with that meal. In other words, you could have them a la carte, separately, something entirely different. But we can recommend, for the best experience, this combo. And if Lian Li did something like that and said, hey, we have a cooler that really works well in this case, and if you buy these two things, your assembly is going to be a lot easier. I guess we're just not there yet, but that sure would be nice to see. And this right here, this should go up on the wall as the piece that almost defeated me. Not really, but that was weird. That was really, really weird. Never saw that coming. Didn't even consider it. Got to pay attention to the details. It's always in the details. Peter, joining us from Amsterdam, or from the Netherlands, contributes €1. Thank you, Peter. Phil said this was not a case problem. Kind of was, though. If that bracket had been a little bit wider, and I'm talking this much wider, this would have never been an issue. The radiator doesn't attach to the bracket sideways. There's no screws holding this radiator in left and right. The screws are only sandwiched between the fans and the radiator, so there's no reason this little bracket couldn't have been made a millimeter wider in consideration of putting this cooler in. But like I said, maybe the case came first. But nonetheless, a nice warning that maybe was on top of the box saying if you may have fitment issues with this plate would have been nice, rather than, you know, if it is in the manual, where. This is something that should be brought to your attention immediately when you open the box. On the other hand, they could have simply made this bracket a little bit wider, and the radiator could fit in there. You could have a little wiggle room. There's nothing wrong with that. The fans are going to secure it in place. But at least that way, if Lian Li does make a cooler, it's their own cooler after all. It's not somebody else they're accommodating. They're accommodating themselves. I think that's a case problem. We're not talking about that much wider. They had the space. They could have done it. But that's my opinion. Oh, did I miss some super chats? I probably did. Let's go back and see what I missed here. David Graham with a $2 super chat says, I like this video. Right on. Thanks, David. Mark Gaines earlier with a £20 super chat contribution. Planet Cryos with a two $5 super chats earlier. And David Graham was earlier again with a $2 super chat. Planet Cryos also had another $2 super chat. And our friend Buster, Peter Lakeock, with a £10 super chat. I haven't checked the phone this whole stream, have I? Let's check that real quick. And again, if you've asked me a question or something I haven't responded to, this is the time to ask, because we're going to wrap it up for today. I'm a little burned out, to be honest. I really did not see this day going this way. I could have said the same thing yesterday. I didn't expect that to go the same way. In fact, part 2 of this definitely did not go the way I thought it would. That Black Widow case was nothing like I was expecting it to be. So if there is a common theme throughout today's build, or throughout this entire build series, it's prepared, but I'm prepared, right? I knew once I figured out what I had to do, I had everything to do it. I just wasn't quite sure what needed to be done. So what would be the right phrase for that? Blindsided build. That's what it feels like. But there were a lot of last minute changes. This was originally going to be built in the Black Widow case. Figuring out how this case came apart took a little longer than I thought. Getting these fans installed, I suppose that didn't really take much longer than I thought. What was the struggle yesterday? What was it? I can't remember. This is all I can think about now. I've got PTSD. But it's kind of part of the fun, right? And if we ever ordered another Hydroshift cooler, I know to watch for this piece now. I never knew that. And only that cooler, it's the only one in the world that I'm aware of. That's the only one. That's not a standard part. Nobody else in the world does this that I'm aware of. In fact, other coolers that Lian makes don't do it. It's just one cooler from one manufacturer that exists in the entire world, and that's the one I went with for some reason. What are the odds? Hey, the Thermaltake power supply went in without surprises, right? I got that going for me. In fact, the power supply was easier to put in than I thought. We were going to have to take the bracket off. We didn't even have to do that. Not that that's hard, but still, I had sort of an expectation of what to do, and almost all of it was wrong. So despite doing this, you know, how many builds have I done in my life? Thousands, tens of thousands. This is what keeps me coming back, because it's not always the same. For better or for worse, I suppose. All right, let me check email. For some reason, I might have checked the settings on my phone. It doesn't seem like the email updates without like a manual check, or I'm too impatient. But I see emails coming in right now, like I'm seeing them propagate in the phone, that came in an hour and a half ago. And they just now appeared. So I don't know if there's a setting I've changed or the app has changed, but I'm not seeing anything I've missed from anybody. If you had sent something, I haven't received it on this device yet. I want to thank Rob Foster for a very generous Amazon gift card. I also want to be certain to thank all of our regular, extraordinarily generous members, Frankie B., Oystein, Paul Gray, and of course, Buster. And then, of course, for all the members, again, these videos wouldn't be made possible without you. Our friends at SCD Keys, we really appreciate them continuing to offer that 30% discount. They're basically the same company as VIP CDK deals. I don't know why they're separate, but I do know that SCD Keys takes PayPal. And the prices are cheaper for some reason. A Windows 10 Pro license was about $16 and change, and last I checked it was $1 cheaper now. So I don't know if that's just coincidence, but it's effectively the same company with the same service. So I want you to be aware of that. It's because of the PayPal option that we had to switch over, but essentially the same parent company anyway, as far as I know. Should have no hesitation worrying about buying from them. They're 100% legit. And if you have any problems, you be sure and let us know. Paul Connolly contributes $14.99 Australian. Thank you to Paul. Of course, Phil Stodd and Gregory Howard and Luke Greenia and just looking through the chat to see the familiar names. Everybody, once again, we appreciate y'all just joining us, being a part of this community, and hanging out and sharing this experience. Andy Kane. And there goes my browser. Just crashed again. I'm just looking to see if there were any final comments or questions before we wrap it up. Sasha wants to know, can you imagine if I have to replace this radiator, this cooler someday, the difficulty in pulling it out? It will be a little more difficult. Hopefully I'll remember that. But it's really, in that particular case, it's a matter of a little brute force, just a little bit of brute force to get it past that sticking point. It's not going to be that difficult. And if I replaced it with the exact same cooler, you know, I'm just going to make it the same. It might be a good excuse to go to maybe that Galahad cooler. But that should be years from now. The cheaper coolers generally don't have the lifespan of the more expensive coolers. So the NZXT Kraken that was used on the original Strimer at Studio B is getting on 5 or 6 years old. Still runs fine. But yet we had a Silverstone cooler that in 1 year failed on us. And it was a $99 cooler versus a $280 cooler. But they were otherwise equal in shape and size. But the pumps were of different quality, the cooling materials of a different quality, and maybe we just got a bad one, you know, from Silverstone. I really wasn't interested in replacing it with another one under the risk that I'd be changing it again in a year. It wasn't worth it to me. That's the unfortunate part of first impressions, right? If I just happen to get a bad one. You know, we got a power supply from FSP, and I just don't like FSP or Enermax. I've just not had good luck with their products. And every once in a while, you know, I see the company still doing well. And how could they be doing well if everybody's having bad product? You know, if every product they make is bad, how are they still in the business all these years later? Let me try them again. And then I try them again, and then the product fails. So we had sent an FSP power supply to our friend Michael Dane, who unfortunately has since passed away. But he was building and giving computers away to his community, and I thought, let him take the FSP power supply and report back. And he was using it on his own personal rig. And he plugged it in, and it sort of exploded. It popped. And he was very worried it damaged his brand new motherboard and other components. And then I felt really bad about it because I sent that to him and I paid $50 to ship it. And it was sent to me for free from FSP. And I thought, what better than have an end user try it, you know? And somebody who knows what they're doing. And oh my gosh, you can imagine how I felt about that. So I ended up buying him a brand new power supply on Amazon and having it shipped directly because now he's waiting, right, to finish his build. And I did not buy an FSP. I stuck with, you know, EVGA. And that set me back another $120, $130. So now I'm into this $180 from a free power supply that FSP sent me to review. And then FSP said, do you want to review these other things? And I said, no. I said, you know, look, nothing personal. I like you, the marketing guy. You're a good guy, but I don't want to deal with your products. I don't want to show them on my channel. They have consistently not been good, and it seems like nothing has changed. So, you know, you really put me in a situation that made me look bad. And I don't have the financial backing of Best Buy or, you know, some big corporation to take these kind of hits at my reputation. I can't afford to spend money to send a power supply across the country just to have it blow up and potentially feel like I owe the user a new motherboard and a new storage, envy me. Luckily, when he got the new power supply, everything was fine. It didn't cause any damage to the motherboard. But you can imagine how much anxiety we both shared. Because it was free, it almost cost a lot of money, and it really, again, was unexpected. And this is why I cannot risk putting parts into my clients' businesses that I haven't thoroughly vetted out yet. But how do I vet them out? Well, I have to build them, and I have to review them, and then I have to live with them. And then based on that, I might have somebody like Mitch or a friend that I can say, here, use this, take it, let me know how it works. Some of you have already been doing that for me on the mini PCs. And through that, we can kind of gauge what's been failing, what's not failing. Overall, most stuff works great. I had numerous Enermax power supplies that were just terrible and overly priced. I've had numerous Enermax coolers that have failed, including the original Threadripper build and its replacement when it was recalled. How many companies have ever recalled a cooler, right? And yet, year after year, somehow they stay in business. I don't know who's buying their stuff, but you likely won't see them, FSP or Enermax, here anytime soon, unless I decide to give them a fourth or a fifth chance over the last 15 years. These companies, I don't know how they stick around. But rather than focus on, saying, hey, let me demonstrate why you shouldn't buy this, I'd rather focus on what you should buy, or we can experiment with it together based on a manufacturer I already trust. Lian Li's got a great reputation. Thermaltake has a great reputation. Western Digital, SanDisk, Samsung. We know these names. They're household names in this industry. The minute we start going to companies we never heard of, like Feijing, is it good? Probably not. Oh, turns out it's actually really good. So it's not always predictable, and the only way we know is through usage. On those Feijing drives, they're using pretty much all the same components as the name brands without the name brand tax on the price, and same warranty, and we've installed somewhere around 3 dozen of them and haven't had one fail. But how would I know that, right? So when a customer says we want a drive, we don't want to spend a lot of money, what do you recommend? If the Samsung drive is the same price as the Feijing, but the Samsung is slower and the Feijing's twice as fast, I'm going to recommend the Feijing because quality-wise, they appear to be identical. Well, Samsung uses their own proprietary parts. Everybody else kind of uses the same kind of controllers and NAND modules that are available in the marketplace. So it's not like Feijing's doing any manufacturing themselves. They're just putting it together. And if they can do that and sell us a product with the same warranty and the same reliability at twice the performance for the same price, why wouldn't I buy it? But I wouldn't want my customer to be the guinea pig because that's going to make me look bad. And that's how we do it. And over time, then we can move forward confidently. When I'm installing systems for my clients, they are rarely getting the latest and greatest. They're usually getting a generation behind, so we have a year to determine what's the best motherboards that meet my demands, the best storage that meets my demands. EVGA has been pretty consistent with the power supplies. Thermaltake has been consistent. Corsairs have been a little iffy. My preference is EVGA. I think that's pretty obvious. Sometimes if we're building for the channel, we'll use Cougar's brand or we'll use Game Max. We haven't had any problems with the Game Max power supplies, but we've only got 3 or 4 out there. So, but yeah, I mean, I feel pretty confident in using them now that I've got some experience under my belt with them. And he says that's sad news about Michael Dane. He's known to all of us as the man. He is the man. He was the man. What a great guy. What a great person in his community to have given back to his community. Somewhere around 300 computers that he handed locally to people in need. Not to strangers online, but the people that he was face to face with, could see they were really in need and needed it for their kids to do remote learning during the pandemic. Just a very generous individual. You can imagine how terrible I felt when I sent him that power supply and it immediately blew up and possibly damaged his entire brand new computer. What a gut. It's just, I was gutted. It was just terrible. And so how angry do you think that makes me at that manufacturer? It's not like we had 12 of them and out of the 12 that one failed and it's Murphy's Law, right? Just the luck of the draw. That's the only one we ever got and the only one that ever exploded. How do you think I'm going to react to that? It's not going to be good. And I'm not going to be real eager to give him a second chance, because that damn near, I would have felt obligated to replace his $2,000 computer, even though he wouldn't have demanded it. I mean, it's just not right. And then the fact that I paid money to ship it to him on top of that, it's a terrible feeling. Gil Garcia said, I'd still like to test a mini PC. Well, if we have any that can go out for testing, we'll certainly keep you in mind. You know, the channel, this year has been a tough year for content creators. And what we always try and done is with the generation of revenue that the channel was making from advertisers is return that back to the community in the form of giveaways. And that would cost the channel about $300 per giveaway on average, right? When you include the cost of acquiring, the cost of shipping and packing, and then of course my time in getting it all prepped and ready. We're talking about like the veteran giveaways. Those were bought in bulk at $100 a piece. I would replace the mechanical drives, the solid state drives. That was it was about $50 per drive, right? So now we're at $150. Then I would take the time to update the BIOS, reinstall the operating system clean, Windows 10, you know, with all the updates. It was already activated, so we typically didn't have to pay for a license. It was already part of the machine. And then we'd have to pay for a box and shipping, which was anywhere from $30 to $60. So I just rounded it to 50. And so with just those two things, right, when I started switching and adding the HDMI ports, I bought a bunch of those for, I think I bought like 20 of them at $10 a piece. So it was $200. When push comes to shove, when it was all said and done, the total amount that I was spending to send those computers to veterans was setting me back close to $300. And today I can go on Amazon. I can buy a brand new mini PC for 150 bucks, have Amazon ship it directly to the viewer for free. They get it faster, it's less labor. I'm not involved in it, I'm not setting it up, I'm not upgrading anything. It's already got Windows 11 on it. It's half the price and it gets there faster. So between that change in the economy, along with the creator economy starting to fade out, we don't have the, you know, once you remove expenses, and I'm just explaining why you're not seeing the giveaways. Once you subtract our expenses, we would use what was left over to give back to the community. Well, there's nothing left over right now. We're barely scraping by, but without your support and your contributions, we wouldn't be here at all. So I feel like, you know, when people are like, hey, send me something, it feels a little numb, like what we're doing, if that's not enough, and you're not helping us, like you're not contributing in some way, that you're just asking for more without giving anything back, you're basically trying to put us out of business, right? I don't know if you realize that's what you're doing, but how does a restaurant stay in business if they're giving away all their food? You might love that food. It might be your favorite food in the world, but as long as you expect it for free, there's only so long they can keep the doors open. You know, when I visit a place that I really like, I'm always sure to visit it for two reasons. One, primarily because I like it, but two, I want to make sure they stay in business so I can have it again tomorrow. I want to give them my business. And well, that doesn't guarantee anything. I'm doing my part, you know, and we certainly enjoy having everybody here regardless of their ability to support, you know, help us financially. But I do hope the economy gets better. We're not so pressured on that financial side of things. We love doing the giveaways. We love it. And not being able to do it kills me. But until things economically get better, and they could get worse, we're just happy that we're able to have the support we have so we can continue doing this. Like this whole build is extra. This is all extra. And this was all made possible, not through us giving away, but from you guys giving to us. Without that, this would not have happened. So hopefully it doesn't stay like this. We go up and down, right? Sometimes we're full, sometimes we're hungry. We go back and forth. I don't want to stay this hungry much longer. I'm looking forward to the new year and hoping things are better for all of us. I know a lot of people out there looking for work, submitting literally hundreds of resumes and getting no calls back. I see it all over LinkedIn. People are like, I'm looking for work, I'm submitting my resumes, telling their stories like people just aren't hiring. It is a tough time. And it's a tough time for people to give too, I understand. So until things get better, and I hope they get better soon, then we can get back to giveaways again. But that's why it happened. Luke Greenia mentioned when I sent him Project Zero, he paid for that. You need to understand. I didn't give that to him. He paid for it. And the cost to ship Project Zero from Phoenix to Vermont, that's clear across the country, was over $200. I think it arrived a day later than it said it was supposed to, which was already 7 or 8 days. It took a really long time. And then when it got there, it had some minor damage. I mean, it couldn't get any more discouraging than that. Taking longer than anticipated. It costs more than you would ever pay. We would never paid that much to ship a computer. And then it arrives with damage on top of it. The last computer I shipped 3 hours away. Just 3 hours drive. Shipped it via FedEx. It got there the next day. Regular FedEx ground. It's just 3 hours away in northern Arizona. It arrived with damage. And it was over $100 for that 3-hour trip. So again, being able to order things on Amazon and get free delivery and have it delivered next day in many cases, this business model is making less and less sense as the cost of shipping remains free for these big corporations negotiating large contracts with the shippers versus the cost of me and you shipping things back and forth to each other. Suddenly, it doesn't make any sense to do it anymore when you can just buy the product for $2 more and get it faster with a warranty. Our friend Planet Cryos was very generous when sending us that motherboard because he sent us a very nice motherboard for that 11th gen build we did. And it was like in brand new shape. It was packaged just like it was new out of the box. And then he packaged that in another box with packing material, and then he paid for the shipping for us to get it. So when people do that for us, we love to return the favor in any way we can, help them back. And Planet Cryos asked for nothing in return. And that was such a thoughtful thing. When Thomas Kukela sent us the 11600K CPU, we didn't ask for it. He didn't even tell us it was coming. He just said, hey, I'm sending you a little something. I thought maybe you, if anybody could use it, you could. And he paid and took the time to package that up, wait in line at the post office and pay to ship that. And that's how we ended up with the CPU that we had no motherboard for. And then I couldn't really find one at a reasonable price online. And Planet Cryos stepped up and not only provided it to us, went through all the trouble to pack it and ship it. And because of that community effort, along with the contributions that paid for the RAM and the solid state drive, we had a new build. Now, granted, that build just sits over there on the floor waiting because somebody may need something, or we may end up with a project. Maybe that Black Widow case might be a big, good fit for that. I don't know yet, but that remains a prepped motherboard, completely ready to be put into a case with a power supply, and that has yet to be determined. So there's still more content coming. That project isn't over yet. It's just we don't know the end yet. And without, for that build, without Planet Cryos, without Thomas Kukela, without folks like Buster and Waystein and Frankie B and Paul Gray, that just wouldn't have happened. So that's how important you guys are. Without us, without you, there's no us. Boy, I could have said that completely wrong. So Mitch is back from his trip. We talked last night, got caught up. I haven't talked to Mitch in a while. And I'm trying to twist his arm and convince him, let's upgrade your 8th gen. It's his main computer, his 8th gen. He's got 3 other machines, I think, and they're much more updated. But, you know, like anything else, when you have multiple computers, it's usually the one you rely on the most is the one you don't want to alter, because then you have to reset everything up again. And I think that's why this has been postponed. And there's nothing wrong with an 8700 processor. It's fine. I just feel like it'd make good content. It'd be a good reason to have him back as, you know, a guest on the show. We haven't seen him in a while. And he's giving it some serious consideration. Coming up on Friday, we've got our friend Begowden joining us from Acronis. And if you have any questions about Acronis, backup, imaging, cloning, he's the man to ask. He has all the answers off the top of his head. I've not been able to stump Begowden as far as I can remember. He's always been able to answer any Acronis related questions. And he's a great guy. He's a lot of fun. And I just genuinely like the guy. So I'm looking forward to Friday's video with Acronis. And we're going to revisit that, along with maybe do a little bit of a deeper dive in some of the ways Acronis can be used that we haven't explored before. Luke agrees, Baga is awesome. Yeah, he's a great guy, and I'm always looking forward. If we have JJ from ASUS on, oh, it's so fantastic. When Mitch joins us, it's always a good time. To be able to create my own channel and have the people on I want to have on. That wasn't always the case over at Newegg, but I've got to tell you, it wasn't terrible. But having full control, my personality, that means I get to interview the people I want to, that I'm genuinely, selfishly want to talk to, and just turn the cameras on and share it with everybody and give everybody an opportunity to ask them a question that you may not otherwise have direct contact with these folks. Luke says, I am so happy I bought Project Zero. It's an amazing computer and I'm happy with it. Well, that delights me. I'm so glad to hear that. When I build these computers, they become like my little personal creations, my art. And so to hand it off as a commodity, like in a business, you're just building little machines, little robots. They don't really have much personality. It's fine, right? But when you're selling something that's different, you spend a lot of time and care on it, and the customer who gets it really appreciates it. Oh, that's the best, when somebody appreciates the detail of your work instead of just like, nah, it's a good computer. No, they can specify what about it they like, from the looks to the performance to how loud or how quiet. Yes, 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 yes. Those are the customers you want all day long. And Luke kind of blurs the line between friend and customer anyway. But the minute there's a financial transaction, I just default to customer, because officially, if you've changed out money for goods, legally you're a customer. But obviously, I also consider him a friend, although we've never met in person. Hey, speak of the devil, there's Mitch Morrison in the chat joining us. He says, yes, I'm ready for an upgrade. Well, I guess the arm twisting, I'd say Indian burn, but you can't say that anymore, can you? The arm twisting has successfully completed. Mission accomplished. Maybe, trying to think about next week's schedule. We've got this amazing ASUS ProArt Z890 with an Ultra 9 processor. I can't wait to get to it. It's partly why I wanted to get this done. But there's no reason this can't sit in pieces over in a corner. We'll get to it later, because I want to start that. Something else I can't finish. We don't have the case for it yet, but we typically don't get to the case until part 2 anyway. So that'll be our first time with an Ultra 9, and I want to get to that next week. We should be able, depending on Mitch's schedule, get him in here next week at some point, Tuesday through Friday, and do his upgrade live, just like we always do live. We'll take his old board out, take one of these 13500 boards that we've got prepped, slap it in there. Famous last words, should be a real easy job. Should take no time at all. Remember I said that when we're into 5 hours. But no, I think it really, given that I'm the one who built the computer he's using now, it should be as simple as unplugging the cables, taking out the board, installing the new board that already is prepped with storage, CPU, cooler, all that's been done. Pop the board in, hook the wires back up. He's pretty much done. Remember I said that. I've got to be right sometimes. I mean, statistically, it's got to happen. Oh, no, Mitch is going out of town again. This guy won't stay in one place. He's like a, what's the word? Not a hermit. That's somebody like me. I don't leave. He's a, I can't think of the word. Mark Gaines, you know, he, I guess, was inspired by our Project Zero build there in Northern Ireland and bought the parts and built one himself. And he says, Kerry, I thoroughly enjoyed building my Project Zero system. There were some suggestions for words. Bill says traveler, David Graham says hobo. Hobo. No, he's a nomad. That's it. Yeah, TKV has it. Nomad was the word I was looking for. Fred Adcock says road warrior. I don't think that counts when you're taking planes. Maybe if you're flying Spirit. Weary traveler, suggests John Williams. No, nomad was the word. I was looking for a single word like a, now I lost the other word I just said. He's a hobo. That's hilarious. Not gonna live that one down now. Mark Gaines said, Kerry, I'm convinced Mitch has itchy feet. Well, I wouldn't suggest smelling his fingers. I thought that was funny. I'm on fire today, Mitch. No, literally. Get the fire extinguisher. He says he's a hobo for Toto. I am so burned out with this.
So, and you're not just burned out, you're tired and you're hungry.
Yeah, I am.
So, yeah.
I'm just waffling on at this point.
Yeah.
But I'm enjoying the company. Is that such a crime?
I'm not saying you have to stop. I'm just letting you know that's why you're having trouble thinking about the
Yeah,
words.
I can't. Yeah. This is what I have a pretty high energy level, and I think there's people that go, I wonder what Kerry looks like. Does he ever wear out? Here you go.
Yeah.
You know when you wind up the little thing and then it unwinds, and then it slows and stops? My winder needs to be.
You might need to eat something.
I need to be wound back up.
Yeah, that's my point.
Bill Sony says, great show. Thank you, Kerry. Well, thank you to, I almost said Mitch. Thank you to Mara.
No problem.
Doing all that work in the background for us.
Yeah.
Jamie Munoz, any thoughts on the Microsoft link? I don't know what a Microsoft, what? Yes? What's the question? What Microsoft link are you talking about? Hey, do you have any thoughts about that guy in that movie that we saw that one time? I don't know what you're referring to. You're going to have to be more specific if you want me to answer your question. I'd be more than happy to. Let's see. Greg says Mitch is the traveling man. He has been, I'll tell you. Andy Kane said if you have itchy ears, that means someone is talking about you. My mother said if your hand itches, that means money's coming. My hands haven't itched in a long time. David Graham says the Link is a new PC made by Microsoft. I haven't heard of it. I'll give a shout out to the who's ever running TechSource over there, that YouTube channel. That guy really helped us out. He may not realize it, but his video helped point us in the right direction. And shout out, check out his YouTube channel as well. It looks like he does some PC builds on there. I'm gonna have to subscribe to that guy. He looks pretty good. Content looks like something right up my alley. Microsoft Link. Oh, is this a subscription? Is that what you're talking about? The 365? Is that? Didn't know it was called that. This is really for worker bees. This is not, at least my understanding of it. This is basically a cloud-based operating system, which is great if you need to do Word documents, PDF documents, spreadsheets. Not necessarily designed for a home user, but rather for businesses to reduce their overhead in the cost of the machine, as well as the cost of IT support by putting everything out in the cloud. The problem that businesses have typically with that kind of a solution is the lack of control over the data security aspect of it. And, you know, again, that takes us back to our earlier conversation we had the other day about VPN and encryption. When home users and enthusiasts talk about VPN, to me, they're completely missing the point of VPN, and it's not really designed for them. Apart from, you know, stealing content that is regulated or restricted in your region, trying to circumvent the laws in order for you to receive free entertainment at no expense, you're paying a third-party VPN to hide your IP address, is a very common use, not the only use, but a very common use of VPN behind consumers. But it's when you're in charge of somebody else's data. That's where encryption and VPN comes in. So if you give me, well, let's just take the hospital. You go to the hospital and you give them all this private information about yourself. You expect that hospital to protect your information, right? So it's very critical when a business is protecting information. It's typically information the business doesn't own that they're held responsible for. Equifax or one of these credit union, credit reporting agencies knows so much about you that to have their employees connect remotely through an unsecured connection or to transmit your private information within their company without it being encrypted and protected would be grossly irresponsible and disrespectful. For you to protect your own information just suggests that you think your information is worth more than probably anybody else does. It's really about protecting other people's information that you have and you are expected to treat respectfully and to protect it. People are trusting you. You're trusting the hospital not to release your private medical records. You're trusting the hospital to have the security in place that prevents them from getting hacked. You're expecting the hospital to have a proper IT department that prevents the hospital from experiencing an outage where they cannot provide treatment because the systems are down or they got infected with ransomware. That's the trust we're putting into our credit card companies, into our mortgage companies, into every company that we work with. We expect them to protect our data. And VPNs primarily exist for that reason alone. Any other extraneous activities for downloading movies or watching content, region activities, or downloading pirated software, or just thinking that people want your stuff and you want to protect it, that's not really why it's there. I mean, you can use it if you want to, but I'd suggest saving your money. But that's why it's on the business side of things, and it's there to protect other people's data, just to be clear. So the problem with the Microsoft Link is you're going to have trouble establishing some peace of mind with companies that are particularly sensitive to data theft, where you're putting it into the hands of Microsoft. So that if it happens, your customers are still affected because they did business with you, but because you did business with Microsoft, and now Microsoft got hacked and all your clients' information got out, you're going to find yourself in a situation of litigation here in the United States. And it's going to be pricey and embarrassing, especially if you're a big, big company. On the other hand, they may have some contracts they work out with companies in such legalese that protects them from liabilities. I don't know. I really don't. But what I can tell you is this isn't really for consumers. This is for businesses. And just like VPN was for businesses, right? Consumers may use it, but I don't think they're going to be real happy with it. So yeah, I just didn't know they called it Link. I thought it was just Windows 365. So I learned a little something about that today. Still not interested. Bajan Guy says, how about putting that Intel Ultra chip into another Lian case? Well, we have a case coming from ASUS. We're going to put the ProArt Ultra, we're using an Intel Ultra 9 in a ASUS ProArt Creators motherboard. It's going to be cooled with a ProArt Creators cooler, and it's going to be placed into an ASUS ProArt Creators case. And the reason I'm specifying Creators in this is not about RGB. This is about professionalism, performance, and value, right? It's not so expensive that only the wealthy can afford it. In fact, for the money that the average consumer is putting into RGB, that money could easily pay for this, and you probably have money left over for a professional workstation grade creators machine for everything from video editing to being an architect or music mixing. And it's going to be super reliable, nice and clean, no RGB. And this is what's used as a creator to create the things that consumers consume. And it isn't all that expensive. It's not intended to be put into a showpiece. It's not intended to be seen. It's like a garbage truck. It's not typically painted extraordinarily fancy. It's a garbage truck. You need that garbage truck to run, and you need it to pick up the trash, or your neighborhood's going to start smelling really bad. And the longer it takes for that garbage to be picked up, if it gets put off by a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, because the garbage truck doesn't work, how much do you care how the garbage truck looks? It could be dented and scratched and beaten. As long as it shows up on time and collects the trash on a regular schedule, that's all that matters. It's getting work done. It is not cruising the streets with hydraulics bouncing up and down the road with a stereo blaring. It's a tool. The ProArt line from ASUS certainly can be used as a gaming machine, but why would you? Why would you spend the extra money? The showcase here is on building a machine that's actually used for real work, and it outperforms, it's affordable, it stays cool, it's quiet, and it's just a black box. That's all it is. There's not enough of that on YouTube, in my opinion. And for that reason, it would not ever go into a showcase. It's just not what it's for. Freeman says, I looked at typewriter type keyboards. Which do you recommend? It's a personal choice. How a keyboard feels is really up to you. Whether or not you need it wired, wireless, on 2.4 or Bluetooth is your choice. What your budget is your choice. The one that we featured here was, hey Mara,
Yes?
what's the name of your keyboard? She really likes it.
I'm sorry?
Who makes your keyboard?
The one I have now?
Yeah.
It's an older keyboard.
It's one I reviewed. It's a typewriter style, right? Can't think of the name of the company. She's going to tell me.
Mine is the Royal Kluge.
Royal Kluge. So KLUDGE, we've reviewed them here. It's a good value for what you get. They're not expensive and they're not cheap. They fall somewhere down the middle, but they feel very well constructed. After the review, because it was wired, I didn't want it. And Mara's like, could I have it? I'll take it. And she loves it, loves it. It's that typewriter, clicky-clacky type round keys, similar to this keyboard by ASIO. This keyboard's way overpriced. This is over $200 for that thing. I wouldn't pay $200 for that. But it looks good on camera. But you'll see I type way faster on that little plastic keyboard I've got by Cinda. I'm super fast at things wireless instead of this Bluetooth stuff. This keyboard won't work in a BIOS, for example, because it's Bluetooth.
My keyboard has lasted a really long time.
You've had that Kluge at least since I did the review, which was back at Studio B. It had to be 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And you hammer on it. You are not nice.
Constantly.
You are not nice to keyboards.
I'm working.
I type with purpose.
I type
I'm glad you like it. We have
a
a
great keyboard.
we have a couple of other typewriter style keyboards.
I was tempted to replace it, just not because there was anything wrong with it, just to get some different RGB. But there's no need. It was just for fun, and I decided, I'll wait. So, yeah.
People don't know this, but we had to replace her mouse pad. I was sent a mouse pad that had RGB on it to review, and I thought, this is really stupid. And Mara said, can I have it? And I said, good, get it out of here. And then about a year later, the RGB started to not work anymore. And she's like,
no, not the one on my primary desktop. That was the one on the secondary.
I don't know where it was, but the RGB, like, it wouldn't change color, or it was
So my primary
half of it was lit, the other half.
That mouse pad you had given me, that was one that I had gotten. It's an extra large mouse pad.
Oh, you bought that on your
RGB
own. She spent her own hard-earned.
Along the RGB along the edges is what stopped working. It was only showing up on one little corner, and that made me angry. The mouse pad is great because it's large and it's nice. It's got a nice feel to it. But again, with the large because it matches like my keyboard and my Apache, and I like it's the whole theme. So I wanted to keep the theme going, so I had to replace that. And that mouse.
So
pad
what did you
like
do with the
$10.
original?
The one that I took from you.
The mouse pad stopped working because the RGB it shouldn't have had to begin with stopped working.
No,
so now it
nothing wrong
sits
with
as
the mouse
e-waste
pad.
in a landfill. People complain, oh, Windows 10, and you have a lot of e-waste. You guys, when you buy all this LED stuff, this is where I'm going.
This is what you're gonna complain about.
I'm going to say when your RGB wears out on otherwise good hardware, that's e-waste because you're good. There's no way to repair it.
It's not good hardware. It didn't function after all the usage of like 4 months. It's not functional anymore.
But if it didn't have the RGB to begin with, would it still be functioning today? As a mouse pad?
Sure. As anything else? No.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
But that's my point.
You're having problems you never would have had.
RGB mouse pad. It's not working as designed.
As a mouse pad.
As a mouse pad with RGB.
It stopped being patty.
It stopped being an RGB.
It started to
get.
It got little potholes in it, so you couldn't drag.
And it only lasted
my mouse
like
pad
4
doesn't work.
months, and then it died.
Well, that's because you wore it out.
I don't wear it out. What are you gonna do? Rub on the RGB strip and say, "Here, maybe I'll get some good luck."
That's how you make the genie pop out.
Right.
All right. Let's see what other questions can open another Pandora's box.
Yeah. Wrap it up.
All right. Andy Kane mentions a lot of college would use this Windows 365. That makes sense. Sure. You know, it'd also work well in like a cyber cafe. Are those even a thing anymore? David Graham mentions his Logitech G10 is still going strong after 8 years. Barry Klein says the IBM Model M keyboard I use daily has GGG, numlock, caps lock, and scroll lock indicators. People do really like those original IBM keyboards, but they're not quiet. But they're built like a tank for sure. But they also had the big fat PS2 connect. What were they called? Not PS2. They were called 5-pin DIN, I think, or something. Cannot remember what they used to be called. It's been too long. And then they became PS2, which was like miniaturized version, and then USB after that. Sometimes you can get the keyboard and have no way to plug it into a modern computer, but the keyboard still works fine if you could find an adapter. GWC Codster wants to know, is the all-in-one installed wrong, or is the part that goes to the CPU go through the grommet on the... Yeah, it goes through the grommet. I think you're just joining us. We've already covered all this, but you can rewind this video and see what you've missed. We've already covered that. Barry says it was an AT keyboard connector. That's right. And then it became PS2 and then USB and now wireless. Ligrini has got his Steel Series keyboard. I haven't had anything from Razer. I hear they make good stuff. I don't know. Andy Kane said he's got an AirTech wireless keyboard and mouse combo. I'm not familiar with that one. Rick Lake said it is snowing in northern Minnesota. Well, it sounds like you're going to have a white Christmas. Edward said, I use a VPN when I'm connected from hotel Wi-Fi. Why would you even connect to hotel Wi-Fi? Why would you do that? Just tether your phone. You don't have to worry about that stuff. Or heck, just even use your phone. You don't even need the laptop, or you just use your phone. Yeah, I don't understand why anybody would need hotel Wi-Fi anymore. It's so insecure. It's so risky. It's often very low performance. Kind of depends on the hotel and how crowded it is and how many other people are using it. I can get a much more consistent usage out of my phone, and I can stream out of the phone, you know, to the TV, the hotel TV with a simple adapter. Or, you know, if I do bring my laptop, I just tether my phone to my laptop if I need internet access. I don't use a VPN. Instead, if I had to, what I would do is I would use Instant House Call or some other remote software. So say I was at a public access point like a Starbucks or a hotel or whatever. The speed of the VPN, it's going to hinder the performance universally. That's what they do. Plus the additional cost, right? So if you're in Vegas and you're paying for Wi-Fi, it's not free with the hotel room in most places. It could be upwards of $20 a day. So what I would do, if I had to do anything financial other than playing movies, but if I had to look at my bank account or pay a credit card or check my private email, I would use that hotel Wi-Fi and use it to connect to my computer at home, right? So the computer at home is left on. It's running with the monitor turned off with remote access software. I have that other end of the remote access software installed on my, let's say, my laptop I'm traveling with. When I start the remote access software, it connects an encrypted connection. It doesn't matter which remote software you're using, any of the big guys, they all encrypt by default, thereby essentially being a VPN for lack of, I mean, it's not, but it's an encrypted connection. So anybody eavesdropping can't make heads or tails of any of the communication. So what I'll do is use the laptop to connect to the desktop at home, no matter where I am in the world. And from the desktop at home, I can check my bank account, check my email, and do all of that on the home computer instead of running all separate applications on the laptop, which require additional licenses. I already use the licenses on the home computer because I'm virtually sitting at the home computer when I'm connected remotely, and I don't have to pay for a VPN, and I don't deal with the slowness of a VPN. If I want to stream movies or something like that, then I don't care because the VPN only slows the stream down and makes, you know, potential stuttering effect on anything I'm streaming while I'm traveling. Better to have that turned off. I'm not transmitting any sensitive data. If somebody wants to watch Men in Black by snooping in, let them. I don't care. But that's my workaround, is simply not doing anything important on a machine I'm traveling with other than connecting remotely to the machine at home that's secured, and do everything on the machine at home even when I'm traveling. I just think it makes more sense. It's cheaper, it's far faster, and why wouldn't I? John Williams mentions he has a travel router you take on trips, and it's a good firewall. Granted, you know, these like the GLINet routers and such, they're fantastic if you're connecting multiple devices. Like if it's just me traveling, then I don't have to worry about that. But if it's Mara and I, and she wants to connect her laptop and I want to connect mine, and then we want to connect our phones, and the hotel wants to charge you, like in Vegas, for every connection, you just pay for the one connection on the little travel router, and then everybody can have access. That's not really a problem we have. You can also just get a hotspot from your cellular phone provider, and that is a travel router in and of itself. It's just wireless, and it's on your cell phone plan or part of it. You can do that too. I think a lot of people are just switching to their phones. When I travel now, this is really all I need. I don't need to bring a laptop with me unless I'm like at an expo and I'm filming and I want to edit videos and publish them. Say the expo is done for the day, go have dinner, go back to the hotel room, look at the footage I shot, edit it, title it, thumbnail it, publish it, then go to bed, get about 4 hours of sleep and start again. Those are long days, and I don't like doing it. However, I would absolutely require a laptop to do that. But with everything else, like for recreational traveling around, this is it, man. I check my phone, I check my balances. I just be on my cellular data plan. It's a GPS while I'm traveling. It's the Spotify music device that I can listen to instead of worrying about if local radio stations are coming in or they're staticky or they're playing songs I don't like or it's all commercials. This one little thing solves all of those problems and negating the purpose behind bringing the laptop. Like I used to have to do 10 years ago, don't need to do it anymore. Mark Gaines said his son has a Razer Chroma keyboard and he loves it. I've heard good things about Razer, but I haven't really used anything from Razer on a regular basis. I've played around with them for a little bit, but yeah, no particular reason why. Just haven't gotten to it yet, or found an opportunity to need one. But I do hear they make good stuff. Is it safe? This is from Patrick T. Is it safe to plug an external drive into power outlets that come with my new desktop and desk? Why wouldn't it be? It's the same power that's coming out of your wall, right? I don't understand. It's just an extension cord. David Graham says he loves his Galaxy Ultra 22. Andy Kane says 4 hours of sleep. Holy moly. Oh, when you're at like Comdex or CES, Computex, not Comdex. If you're at Computex, wow, my age is showing. Or the Consumer Electronics Show, it's start early and you go till the show ends, usually 5 or 6 o'clock, and then it's time to eat. Hopefully you had lunch in there somewhere. You're around, 100,000 other people. It's crowded. Lines for taxis are insanely long waits, or Ubers or Lyfts. You try and do as much as you can in the one place you're located because it's typically spread out over an area. There's a lot of walking. Vendors are not usually conveniently located next to each other, so you've got to go over here to talk to this vendor, go over there to talk to that vendor. And why are you doing that? So you can go back to your hotel room and write an article for online, or to take the footage you filmed and edit it into video. So folks like Gamers Nexus, they have a team that go with them so that the host of the show, Steve, isn't necessarily involved in all the editing and work that goes on after the fact. It's a lot of work for one person to do, and it is not fun. To me, that is some of the hardest work I've ever done. So if I get offers and invites, hey, you want to come out to Taiwan for Computex? We'll pay for it? No, thank you. I'd rather not. That part of my life, that excitement of, oh boy, I get to jump on a plane for 13 hours, and as soon as I hit the ground, it's get to work. There's no time to rest, and as soon as it's over, we're flying you back. You're not getting any extra days on our dime, but we will fly you out. No, I'm good. All right, I think that'll wrap it up for us. I really needed to wind down from this experience. Now that I know what to do, obviously, it's really not a big deal. I just didn't. It was pretty opaque. It was kind of puzzling, and I had to solve that puzzle. Having solved it now, solving that puzzle again will be super fast and super easy. But I'm glad we got to share this unique experience, because had it just taken out of the box and gone right in, I suppose that would be great for Lian Li to encourage you to buy their products. But since it didn't behave that way, in many ways you'd have been better off with somebody else's product in this case, at least as far as this cooler goes. Now maybe when it's all said and done, it's going to look so pretty, it'll all be worth it. But this was an expensive cooler, and this was one of the most difficult installs of coolers I've ever had because of the benefits and the features, they're not bugs, they're features that Lian Li says make this cooler worth more. Features that we had to completely dismantle and features that we didn't even know were on there that were preventing us from installing the product that we paid extra for. Now, when it's all said and done and we have the screen and everything synchronized with the Connect software from Lian Li, maybe then it'll be worth it. But right now, I'm questioning my choices. All right, that's going to wrap it up for today. And again, thank you to everybody for hanging out with us. My Chrome has crashed for a third time today. Thanks again for all of your support, your contributions, your gift cards, and your friendship, just for being a part of this amazing community. I have a personal day tomorrow, so there'll be no video tomorrow, I don't think. And Friday, we'll be joined by Begouden at Acronis. So I hope you will join us then. We start all our live shows at 1 p.m. Phoenix time. That's 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. I hope you will join us. Until next time, bye for now.